How's it, everybody, and welcome back into the Paper Plane Inn. I'm Mikota Nui, and thank you all for actually joining in with me. And oh, hi there, honey.
Hello, just popping in to say hi.
Hi. Now, today is going to be a little bit of a special day, and instead of doing cringe fiction reading, we are going to be doing a different kind of reading, if you will. Now, a little bit of an anecdote that is coming from me that will actually segue a little bit into our subject for today. When I was younger, back when I was still learning how things are back in the 2010s, I was actually more into there are only three prominent things that were apparent when I was when I was back in the 2010s. One of them is Gary's Mod, Team Fortress 2, and a latecomer that came into it, which actually bit me as hard as the previous two. And this one in particular is, well, My Little Pony. Now, I'm just like those who are growing up in the 2010s, as well as those who are in their young adult years, or any of those years in general. I too am not immune to that, if you speak. I even went as far to make my own MLP OC and as such, and she also ended up becoming recycled to this day. Well, if there's anything that really helped me pass the time when it comes to getting used to the fandom and bunch, it's fan fiction reading. And I want to say this right now. It's due to cringe fiction. I too have my fair. I really do have a love for fan fiction reading, as well as making fanfics in general. So, I wanted to actually see what the MLP fanfics have in store, and among them, I started going a little bit in the deep dive when it comes to fanfics, and so imagine my surprise that out of the fanfics that I managed to discover pretty much later down in my life, one of them is actually taking the particular crossover of fanfics of sorts. Well, less of a crossover, but more like borrowing elements from where it actually is inspired from. And what better way to actually and this particular fanfic was Silent Ponyville. And Silent Ponyville is a fanfic where the writer of this series, who used to go by that DeviantArt name, but more or less today he's commonly known as Sam Rose, which you can actually find him on Twitter. And let's see. Rose was hey there. Sam Rose is actually the one who wrote Silent Ponyville, and it was actually one of the really well written fanfics of that I managed to find. Oh, hey Bearwald. Let's see. MLP is Silent Hill. Wonder if it's effective as Fallout MLP. Oh, you mean like Fallout Equestria? To be honest, I tried my best to read it, but I kind of forgot where I last time read it. So odds are I may have to read it from scratch all over again. Maybe I can actually put that into the fiction reading process, if you will. Now, me, who is actually a bit of a horror connoisseur in some certain levels and aspects and degrees, this one is really right up in my alley because, well, I actually do love I really do like Silent Hill, and someone going as far to actually to use that as a component for My Little Pony fanfiction, I decided to say, you know what, why not? Let's see how this goes. And after a while, it really is pretty good. So damn good. However, the author said that Silent Ponyville 3 was not his best writing, and he was able to write Silent Ponyville 4, but unfortunately lost the steam to continue more, and as a result, the fan fiction was unfortunately cancelled. Although he did left behind notes that what was regarding to what the upcoming chapters were supposed to be, and anyone that was willing to give it a crack, and he's actually inviting anyone to give it a crack to actually give it a try. So we're gonna be reading Silent Ponyville. I don't know how many chapters we can go for, but I have a feeling that we're in for a good time. After all, this is Halloween month.
Indeed. So I will see y'all later. Unfortunately, my break is over, which is really bad because this is actually one of the streams I want to sit in on.
Well, you can at least listen in, honey.
I could, but then I get in trouble at work.
That's maybe fair. Well, I guess. Well, at least take care then, okay?
I will. Have a good day. Have fun with Dave.
All right.
Have a good one, Steve.
Well,
Take care, Shrimp. Love you, hon.
Just
love you too, honey. All right. With that in mind, I think it's about time we finally get to work when it comes to Silent Ponyville. All right. With Chapter 1. As this story warns everyone, this is a bit of a grim, dark story, so I hope you actually are prepared. Chapter 1. Pinkie Pie's eyes shot open. Her face was buried in her pillow, stained from her tears. She quivered and shook as she very gently tried to lift herself up from the bed. She was afraid of seeing her bed covered in blood. She was afraid of seeing her bed soaked, covered in blood, evidence of a horrific deed she had committed. But her bed was dry, save for her tears. She gently placed a hoof to her face, feeling the still fresh tears on her cheeks. She shivered as her hair moved up to cover her eyes, still in shock at the sights she had seen. How could I? The vivid images of the nightmares she had just slipped through came back into her mind. Horrific cries rang vividly in her ears, her coat soaked with blood. The feel of the slicing open of another living being. It felt so real. Pinkie Pie shook her head viciously, trying to remove these thoughts from her head. Why am I having these dreams? She rammed her hooves into her head, trying to stop the images that were assaulting her. For the past 2 weeks, she'd been having restless nights of sleep. She was having nightmares every night. The severity of what they showed were getting worse and worse with each one. The first dream hadn't been too scary. She was just attacked by a monster. She shrugged it off easily, as it wasn't too different from any normal day, really. From there, the monsters changed. One night, she was attacked by the Pony of Death, who wanted her soul for damnation. Another night, it was a faceless slender pony whose presence quaked her very being. Then, the nights she suffered from a disease and starvation as her body began to rot, but was denied death from the pain. She could handle those dreams. They weren't real after all. A good party with her friends made all of those scary thoughts go away. She tried to change her diet for a day, to see if the bad dreams would go away, and it would work for a night, but only for a night. The next night, she had dreamt of being a monster, one with sharp teeth and claws. She was the monster, and she had attacked and was eaten herself. She still remembered the gagging taste the dream had left in her mouth. The next dream had her terrorizing ponies throughout Ponyville. She wrecked homes, crops, products, and lives. Then the next night she attacked each of her friends. She could feel the berserk rage of the monster as it slashed and tore them apart indiscriminately. But at least it was a quick death. Her friends didn't suffer in that dream. But the dream last night was so different. It was personal. She was a monster again. But it was different. She was just herself. No fangs, no claws, no berserk rage. Just a monster. In the dream, she had captured her friend, her dearest friend, Rainbow Dash. She had taken sharp objects and Piggy dashed into her bathroom before emptying the contents of her stomach into the toilet, as the vivid images of what she had done in her dream flashed before her once more. She felt wretched. How could her mind even come up anywhere close to thinking of such horrible, horrific things? She loved her friends. She loved them more than the sun, than her sweets, than her parties, than life itself. Especially Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash was the coolest, most awesome, fun-loving pony she had ever met. If she wanted to hang out and have fun, or pull some pranks, or share some sweets, or help throw a great party, it was Rainbow Dash who was there for her. She wiped her mouth as she groggily looked at herself into the mirror. Her mane was straight. Her eyes were bloodshot, with bags under her eyes. Her coat was dull with a sickly look. She was breathing quite heavily. She looked terrible. She ran some cold water and repeatedly splashed it with her face. She really, really, really wanted to go see Rainbow Dash. But she had to know she was okay, but at the same time, she couldn't do it until the memories of that dream had faded some more. She had to get out of Sugar Cube Corner for the day. She wouldn't be able to hold back any more of her stomach if she even smelled a cupcake. Alright, let me look at chat before we continue a little more. Hi there, Danny Lockhart. Welcome back. Welcome into this chat. Well, we are doing a creepypasta reading that is Silent Ponyville. Let's see. How are you holding up, Dave?
This is a good start, Emerson. It's very vivid imagery.
Alright, let's continue. Oh, wait, let me have a swig of water before we continue. Okay.
That is fair.
Pinky tried to stay out in the shadows of the buildings as she quietly walked through Ponyville. The fresh air and warm sun weren't any comfort today. She didn't want to look at any pony either, worried that their faces would trigger another flash of the awful images in her mind. She had nowhere to go. She had nowhere in mind to go. She just wanted to wander, had to get away from Sugar Cube Corner, from her room, from anything that would remind her. She looked up and around. She had lost track how much time had passed since she started her little trek. Thankfully, no one had stopped to ask her why she was acting so differently. She knew the other ponies had started to notice dips in her cheeriness. Ever since the dreams, she had been throwing more parties than ever before, but more and more they weren't enough. Twilight had even asked if something wasn't the matter when she had done her best to reassure her friend. Wait, Twilight! Twilight was a great magical pony. If anybody could figure out a way to stop these dreams, she did. She winced at the idea of having to tell Twilight about the horrific things in her mind had imagined about her and her friends. But maybe she wouldn't have to. Twilight might find a solution without having to know what the dreams were of. She picked up her pace, running straight for the library. It didn't take her long. She figured her body must have taken her by instinct. It did have a funny way of working that way. She ran to the door and knocked a little frantically. It didn't take long for the door to creak open. "Oh, hey, Pinkie Pie," Twilight said in surprise, but happy to see her friend. Is this an invitation to another party again?" Twilight stopped as she blinked, noticing the distressing look of her friend. "Are you okay? Are you alright, Pinkie? You don't look so good." No, I'm not good, Twilight. Can I come in?" Twilight said. Pinky said, minding her manners for once. Of course, Pinky. Please, make yourself at home, Twilight said, quickly offering her friend hospitality. Thank you, Pinky said as she quietly trotted into the house. She quickly headed for the table in the center of the room and sitting on one of the red velvet pillows before it. She rested her head to the table, closing her eyes as she took a soft sigh and tried to relax. Can I get you something to drink? Perhaps some hot chocolate? Twilight said, remembering her friend's favorite beverage. No sweets, please. If you have some coffee, that'll be great. No cream or sugar. Pinky softly groaned. No sweets? Twilight said in shock. Oh my, this really is serious, she said as she quickly prepared her friend the hot drink she requested. She levitated before Pinky, who groggily took it and began to drink. She grimaced at the bitter taste. Pinky, what's the matter? You can tell me, Twilight said as she's sitting down to her downcast friend. Twilight could see the signs. Her mane was straight. Her coat was dull. Her eyes were bloodshot with bags under them. But most noticeable of all, she wasn't radiating the energetic aura of Pinkie Pie. Oh, Twilight, it's awful! Pinkie put her hooves over her head. It's the most awful thing that happened to me! I can't believe what happened to me. It's so awful! I can't sleep. I can't rest. Even parties are helping. I need relief. I need to stop this, but everything I've been trying only seemed to make it worse. Pinkie said. Her voice was quivering. Twilight couldn't help but be surprised at how terrified her friend sounded. Pinkie, tell me, what exactly is this awful thing that has happened? Twilight tried to reassure Pinkie that everything would be all right. Pinkie took a big breath, steeling her nerves. I've been having nightmares, Twilight, Pinkie finally said. Awful, horrible, relentless nightmares. I was throwing more parties to forget them, but they keep coming. I tried changing my diet. I tried relaxing before bed. I even tried falling asleep with a handstand with a lemon in my mouth while in the shower. Nothing works. And the last night's nightmare was the worst of them all. Nightmares? Twilight said, tapping her chin for a moment. 1 second, she said, as she got up and quickly ran over to the bookshelf. She began to pull books and checking them out, scanning them one by one. No, not you. You're not right either. It took about 10 minutes before Twilight finally pulled a book and looked at it satisfied. Aha! She said as she trotted back to the table and opened the book, flipping through the pages carefully. Nightmares, Twilight began Twilight began after having stopped on a specific page. A dream of strong and negative emotions, a common occurrence that most ponies will experience. However, if the nightmares should persist or become more terrifying with each episode, it could be several reasons. External forces such as medication or diet, which we've already ruled out. Twilight added the addendum. External stress from recent physical or mental events, or caused by a psychological event from any time during the pony's life that left a deep impact. There are several ways to determine what kind of nightmare is being experienced and what the best manner of treating them are, Twilight said before silently reading the next part. So, that book can help me stop the nightmares? Pinkie asked, hope rising in her heart. Looks that way. Of course, it can't stop you from having nightmares from the rest of your life. They're a normal part of sleep. But it can help you with your constant nightmare issue, she said, still reading. There is a spell in here that could let me look into your mind and see the memories of your dreams. That way, I can see what you've been dreaming about and apply the proper spell to try to help. The hope that had risen inside Pinky fell into her gut like a boulder into a lake. No, Twilight! Pinky said, shaking her head furiously. You can't see my dreams! Pinky covered her face with her hooves. You're too horrible, Twilight. I don't want anybody to see what I see. Her voice was trembling. Tears were threatened to leave her eyes once more. She looked up when she felt Twilight's hoof placed against her shoulder, the look of concern in her face. I can't imagine what kind of dreams you've been having, Pinky, but I can see the pain in your face. It's affecting who you are, and I can't let this go. You came for me for help, and I'm going to help you. So please, you have to let me see what you've seen, so I can help. Twilight pleaded to her friend. Pinky lowered her head as she held back the tears burning at her eyes with all her might, swallowing hard as she knew her friend wanted to make everything better and might have the power to do so. Twilight, Pinky muttered in a hushed breath, holding back a sob. Yes, what is it, Pinky? Twilight asked in a similar hushed voice. Please, promise me that what you're about to see won't change your opinion of me. Pinky sniffed deeply. I swear, Pinky, I won't think of you anything but the dear friend that I know and love, Twilight said. Pinky saw her smile. It was so reassuring, so comforting. Pinky, I swear? Pinky asked one last time. Twilight just seemed to smile a little amused. Cross my heart, hope to fly, stick a cupcake in my eye. Twilight did the motions of the Pinkie Pie swear, mimicking and sticking the pastry in her face. Pinky took a moment to let it sink in, then squeezed her eyes shut and lowered her head a little. All right. I trust you, Twilight, Pinky softly muttered. All she did her best to prepare for whatever was going to happen next. Twilight nodded softly as she remembered the spell from her book, her horn glowing with the light as she concentrated on it. She gently swept the hair covering Pinky's forehead behind her ear to hold it, then gently tapped the tip of her horn against Pinky's skull. Alright, before we continue, let me go check on chat. Let's see. Hi, Phantom A. Welcome back into the inn. Yes, we are doing a fanfiction reading, and we are doing Silent Ponyville. Okay. Thank you so much for the voice acting. I really appreciate it. You okay, Dave?
The trauma is real in this one.
It gets a little worse from here, kiddos. Buckle up because this is gonna be very fucked.
Oh, glory.
Leave me alone! The slender pony approaches regardless. The static screeched at her as it drew closer. Pain shocked her body from one side to another as blood seemed to splatter and cloud her vision, turning the world red. She fell to her knees, trying to grasp reality, before the pain and sound became too much to bear. There was a hole in her body. She could feel the worms wriggling in it, crawling up into her torso. They were eating her alive. The pain clawed into her soul, but yet death would not come. Her body laid there, unflinching as the insects had their way, feeling every wriggle and slime on their bodies as they slid under her skin. Bones crunched in her teeth as blood dripped down to her chin. The fresh taste of gooey flesh slid down her throat. Sharp teeth bore down again into the side of an earth pony's neck as the head of the pony fell from her body, giving her a good chunk of flesh to chew. The taste was revolting, but she craved it. She had to have it. She had to have more. The teeth dug into the pony's skull, crushing the skull as the inner organs began to dribble in her mouth. She had to have more. This one will never be enough. The screams had died down for now, but that will not last for long. Why? Why are you doing this? It was the pained and frantic cry of Rainbow Dash. She could see her tied down to the table, her wings already sawn off by her own hands. Oh, Rainbow Dash, every pony dies sometimes. Her voice betrayed her as she pulled out a scalpel. It's a simple concept, really. You just have to think. Did my life mean anything? Did I die with a purpose? Will my memory be left when I'm gone? All are important questions, you see. She walked towards Rainbow Dash. She could feel the murderous intent grasping at every fiber of her being. But... Rainbow Dash hiccuped through the pain and tears. I would have died for a good purpose if you killed me. How could you do this to me? She raised her hoof and petted Rainbow Dash's face. She could feel it. She leaned in close to her. There was an attraction she could never describe that as having felt before. Her breath was hot. Her body betrayed her mind. Oh, Rainbow Dash, if you don't know the reason by now, you'll never understand. This is just how things have to be. She stepped back from her prisoner. Rainbow only looked confused, but she could rectify that look. She gripped her scalpel and placed it at the base of Rainbow's hip and sliced down her leg. Pain overtook Rainbow's face, and the voice she began her pain overtook Rainbow's face and voice as she began the delicate slicing operation. After all, she had to prepare the ingredients to be just right. Are you feeling, chat, so far? That is really that must be hard to go through. Is everyone okay?
You weren't kidding about the creepypasta part.
Yep. Okay.
I think I might need to take a minute.
That's fine. I'm still going to continue where I can, but feel free to give yourself a little bit of a pause and get up and walk around. But I'm still going to continue reading, okay?
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm good. Also, Miki, did you see the super? I haven't seen the trailer yet. I'll most likely do that by the time this video is this stream is over. So by then, no spoilers, okay? Don't mention any spoilers in this chat, or otherwise it's an instant ban from here. I want to know the trailer myself. Okay. Twilight stumbled back. Her head kicked back instinctively, wanting to escape the horrors inside Pinky's mind. Twilight crashed into a bookcase, causing a cascade of books to fall onto her. She was breathing heavily, frantic and panicked. The spell had only taken a few seconds to complete, but the rush of all the dreams' memories flooded her all at once. Those dreams are horrific and so real. She had felt everything in those dreams. Even those dreams would not normally contain such vivid feelings. The monster that attacked her, the feeling of bugs that was all over her skin and organs, the gagging taste of her throat, the torturous act she had committed. She wanted to vomit. Twilight? Came a scared, timid, and almost shy voice. Twilight snapped from her thoughts and looked up to her pink friend. She was trembling for the fear as tears streamed down her eyes. That's right. These were the dreams Pinkie was having. The dreams that were terrifying her. The dreams that she had come for her help. The dreams that were terrifying her. The dreams that she had come to her for help with. Pinkie, Twilight finally muttered, swallowing back her emotions and stomach contents. I had no idea. She said shakenly, getting to her feet and slowly walking back to her friend. She had to be strong right now. Twilight! I'm so sorry! I'm so sorry you saw them! She closed her eyes, gasping for air through her sobs. Twilight quickly moved to her next to Pinkie, taking her into an embrace to hold her tight. Pinkie cried desperately into Twilight's shoulder. Twilight held her dear friend, making sure Twilight held her dear friend, making sure she knew she had all her support. The images may have made her stomach twist, but her friend is more important than that. It's okay, Pinkie, Twilight said once Pinkie's sobs had started to calm down. I can see how much these dreams have been eating at you. The Pinkie in those dreams are not you. So we just have to figure out why you've been having them. Twilight said, letting her friend dearly know that she had in fact kept her promise. The Pinkie in her arms was nothing like the Pinkie that appeared in the dreams. Pinkie slowly nodded her head in agreement, before finally being able to stop her tears and let go of Twilight. Twilight turned to the book and flipped a few pages. Since we know it's not your diet, we need to determine if it's because of the recent events or if it's something much deeper in your psyche. So, let's start there. When did the dreams start and when did the dreams start happening? Well, Pinkie rubbed her face, trying to dry it some. The dreams started about a few days after the Grand Galloping Gala. They've been happening about every night for the last 2 weeks. They didn't happen one night after I changed my diet, but it came back the next day, Pinkie said, trying to recall how often she had them. Well, the gala was a pretty big incident. You certainly seemed to be fine at the donut shop. What happened after that? I know you said you had some business to attend to before you head back into Ponyville. So we didn't see you again until we headed to the chariot. Twilight wondered. Well, after I spent some time with you guys, I went and met my sister Octavia. She was the one playing the cello on the stage during the gala. She was the main reason I was able to get away with my music antics while I'm there. I wanted to go and thank her for helping me try to liven things up, Pinkie said, recalling the night. She was a little irked at me at first from the mess I've caused, but she forgave me and we ended up having a very fun chat. And we both ended up... Sorry, chat. But she forgave me, and we ended up having a very fun chat about what we've both been up to since we left the farm. After that, while it's time for us to go, we promised each other we keep better in touch. Twilight pondered at this. Do you think it was that meeting with your sister that could have started the dreams? Twilight asked curiously. I wouldn't understand if she was, Pinkie said, putting a hoof in her chin in thought. We had a fun night. There wasn't anything that she said that was negative. Have you gotten a letter from her yet? I did get one, but it was just letting me know that she was going to be performing a concert in Philadelphia. She said that her band was touring around, so that if I wanted to send her letters, I'd have to address them to her band, since the mail carriers know where they'll be. Again, there was nothing negative, though. Well, what about the last 2 weeks then? You seem mostly you seem mostly fine, other than a few instances when you weren't as chipper. Twilight said, remembering Pinky was a little less hyper than the usual the last few days. She certainly could understand why now, though. No, nothing significant. I've been throwing more parties because of the dreams, but it's been life as usual in Ponyville, Pinky said, shaking her head slowly. I see. Twilight then went back to consulting her books, scanning the pages of the book, flipping through Twilight went back to consulting her books, scanning the pages of the book, flipping through some more and looking for what could be the best to handle this. Here we are. It's another spell. This one is more of a mind delve. Its intention is to find the source of your problems, though. It'll help us find out why you're having these dreams, be it a minor or major reason, Twilight said confidently. Don't worry, Pinky. I'm going to make sure you'll be all better in no time. She said. She gave her friend a confident smile. Thank you, Twilight, Pinky said, giving a soft smile back. Alright. The book says the spell can be a little bit disorienting at first, but you have to get used to it. You ready? Twilight asked. Pinky gave her a nod. Then here goes nothing, Twilight said, taking a deep breath as she concentrated once more, her horn flaring up with light. She lowered it again towards Pinky's forehead once more and gently touched her. Pinky's mind did a flip and felt like she fell into a hazy fog. She lost track of her surroundings and it felt like she was falling from a very far height. The world was spinning, spinning around her as she felt like the wind is rushing past her. Her stomach was rolling inside her as she was inside of this intense feeling. She wondered just how long she was going to feel this way when she finally felt the world stabilizing with a thud that knocked the wind out of her. She gasped for breath, coughing a bit before feeling the sensation of the ground behind her. She lifted her head up and shook it lightly, before slowly opening her eyes. She was still in the library, that was for sure, but Twilight was missing. Why would she have left her alone in the library? Twilight? She called out, but the only thing that came back was a hollow echo. This was bizarre. The library seems eerily quiet, even more so than usual when Twilight wasn't around. She looked onto the table, noticing two things, a bag and a note. She carefully read the words on the note. You must cross the darkness to see the light. Pinky looked at the piece of paper, a little confused. Did Twilight write this? If she did, what did it mean? Was she supposed to take this bag with her? Twilight must know what she's doing after all. She wouldn't just abandon her here without a good reason. Pinky opened up the bag and looking to see if there's anything inside. There were two things inside. The first one is obvious what it was. It was a lantern. Inside was an oil with a wick. There was a knob on the side. She assumed it'll turn the lantern on. If she's going to use it, she will have to make sure not to use up all of the oil. She gently placed the lantern back in the bag. What's this? She asked as she pulled up the rectangular device. It had a dial on it and an antenna, but it wasn't an object she was familiar with. It was the face of a picture in it, with a circle on it that had holes. In her mind, it looked like a miniature phonograph. But how would this tiny thing play music? In her hoof, it began to spring to life, playing a soft, static sound. Pinky dropped it with surprise by the sudden sound. She stared at it as it buzzed. The sound seemed like a bunch of bees being mixed in through a DJ table. She poked the device with her hoof. After a few moments, the buzzing stopped. Pinky looked confused, but had the gut instinct it must be something important. She placed it back in the bag.
I guess Twilight believed I needed this bag. I'll keep to her advice then.
Pinky muttered to herself as she carefully strapped the bag into her back. She then looked around. The library seemed to hold no more clues for the moment. So she decided to step outside. She felt more comfortable now that she had visited Twilight. So maybe she should go visit Rainbow Dash.
Huh?
Pinky said, stopping short for a few feet out to the door. A thick fog had fallen around Ponyville. It was so thick she couldn't even see the buildings next to the library. She said she'd have to get close to a building if she wanted to see one. Then she started to shiver as the wind blew by. The temperature had fallen to a significant amount.
What's going on? I've never seen this kind of weather in Ponyville before.
Pinky said, confused.
Did Rainbow Dash did this? Why would she?
Pinky knew that if she had to find Rainbow Dash and talk to her now, she quickly began to run off to the direction she knew Rainbow's house to be. She was in full gallop. She was in full gallop when she suddenly realized she had to come to a full stop. She skidded along the ground She skidded along the ground and stopped along the edge. A few pebbles were kicked loose and falling in front of her. There was a giant chasm that had never been in Ponyville right before her. It cut right down the road to Rainbow's house. In fact, it cut up the entire way to Ponyville as if you didn't have any wings.
What's going on?
She asked as she stares into what seemed to be a bottomless pit. End of chapter 1. Okay.
That's just the first chapter, holy shit.
Yep, that is just the first chapter. But how's everyone doing? That was a very intensive chapter. That is Silent Ponyville.
Bruh.
Whoa! Why would you want to? Why bruh it? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it, Retro Fox? Okay, but yeah, as we can see from this first chapter, we have seen that we have now basically entered the basically the game mechanics that is Silent Hill on itself, as well as the Pinky getting herself a backpack, which is basically the player of the game, getting his own little backpack, most likely in limited inventory, where they get themselves a radio and a lamp or a flashlight, if you will, in order to get through the game. Oh, you played that game. That's nice. Silent Ponyville. What can I even say? What's wrong with it, Phantom A? I mean, compared to the many plethoras of My Little Pony fanfics that came out there, I guess this is one of the very few that is actually very well written. But what do you think, Dave? How are you feeling up over there?
I'm holding up alright. And yeah, not used to Silent Hill stuff.
Oh, well, I actually like Silent Hill, though.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just not used to it.
Yes, yeah. Even I agree with you too, Retro Fox. Poor Pinky has to go through a lot. But it's gonna get even heavier. Well, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Alright. Let us begin with... This is one of the less scary things of MLP... This is one of the less scary things of MLP I've ever heard. Are you sure? Are you sure, Phantome? Okay. Alright, you know what? Fair enough. But let's continue with Chapter 2, and maybe, just maybe, things are gonna get a little bit, things are gonna go for a turn from here. Chapter 2.
There it is.
Pinky said as she pulled out a map of Ponyville. She had gone back to the library to find it. Lucky she had an uncanny ability to find things that she needed very quickly. She took out a red marker in her mouth and drew a circle with an X through it into the road with a chasm on it. She then placed smaller X's on several houses. She then placed smaller X's on several houses she tried to gain access to and to find any pony. The town appeared to be empty, abandoned.
What happened here?
She asked herself, looking at the map of X's. She'd only investigated a small portion of Ponyville, but there were always ponies either at home or wandering around. On bad weather days, they'd be in their homes, or there'd be at least a notice of some kind, so if a lot of ponies would be leaving. Plus, why was there that bottomless pit at the edge of town?
I need to get to Sugar Cube Corner. If I can make it there, I can get my hot air balloon and try to see if there's any Pegasi in the sky. They may have an explanation for the fog.
Pinky said, confirming her plan of action in her head. She also admitted of being worried about Gummy. She hoped he would be alright. She quickly checked her route on the map before packing the map and the pen into her bag. She'd mark any more unusual occurrences encounters in Ponyville on the map for her to remember. She stepped back onto the chilly day when something cold and wet landed under her nose.
Huh?
Pinky said, trying to see the end of her nose. She shook her head a little, then looked up into the sky. Small specks of snow began to appear as they slowly fell to the ground.
Snow? But it's summer.
Pinky said in a shock, staring at the white spectacle. She could see her breath, but she hasn't realized it had gone cold enough for snow out. The Pegasi controlled the weather, so they must be up there now. Pinky headed into a gallop towards Sugar Cube Corner. Suddenly, Pinky heard a static coming from her bag. Was that miniature phonograph making noise again? It certainly picked a random time to do so. Pinky was knocked out of her thought when she saw an outline of a figure in the fog.
Oh, some pony is here!
She said, her hope rising. She quickly ran faster to the figure. As she got closer, she couldn't help but get the strong feeling that something wasn't right, as the phonograph grew louder.
Hey, what's going on here?
She instantly asked before even assessing who it was. She stopped shortly She stopped shortly through when she got a good look at the pony and let out a high-pitched scream. The pony was barely a pony anymore. Its coat and mane was gone, replaced with a look of rotting flesh that was trying to live. One of its front legs was missing. There was a missing chunk of flesh on it from its back. Its eyes even looked like they had been gouged out. Several teeth looked like they'd been knocked out with holes bleeding, and several lacerations covered its body.
Are you alright?
Pinky said as she's taking a step back from the pony. Her initial reaction was to figure out if it was in pain, But her gut told her to stay away, that this thing wasn't there to help. The phonograph in her bag started to ring off the hook. The fleshy mass lunged at Pinky, its teeth bearing down to strike. Pinky cried out and jumped out of the way as the creature fell where she was standing, its teeth sinking into the dirt. Pinky took out a few more steps away from the creature as it brought its head back up, a mouthful of dirt in its teeth. It growled as the dirt dribbled out from its mouth, soaking the dirt with its own blood. It began to slowly lumber towards Pinkie Pie again, growling as it seemed to smell her out.
Stay back! Stay back!
Pinkie cried out as she's trying to backpedal away from the terrifying creature. It growled and moaned, dripping a trail of blood that was intent to track her. To the creature terrified Pinkie, it looked like it's on the verge of death, yet it wouldn't die. Instead, it was intent to attack her. Every fiber of her being told her to run away. Run as far as you can from this creature.
Stay away from me!
She cried before her legs finally took action and ran around the creature, quickly galloping away. The creature went on to the lunge again, its teeth implanting under the dirt once more as Pinkie ran past. As she got farther and farther away, the phonograph in her bag began to settle down, before going silent once more. She collapsed into a sitting position as she breathed heavily. Her heart was beating a mile in a minute in her throat. What was that thing? Why had it been attacking her? Why did it look like a pony? Why has she not seen any pony else but that thing?
Sugar Cube Corner!
Pinkie panted, trying to calm her nerves. She bit down on her arm, pinching herself to remind her that she wasn't dreaming. She was in control of herself. She could run away from what she saw. This was not a dream. She shook her head and got back to her hooves and began to run again. Alright, taking a little pause so I can read chat. Oh man, you okay there, Phantom May? I mean, this I kind of did So about what you just said, that's less scary of the less scary thing of MLP fan fiction you've ever read. Dave, how are you there? Are you okay?
I'm holding up.
Are you sure?
Yeah, a little freaked out, but I'm okay.
What the? This is not what you. That is not what you expected, Phantom May. I mean, well, I want to say kudos to the writer who actually tried to make his own spin of, well, spin of his own monsters that he can actually that you can see does for Silent Hill, but with a flavoring of My Little Pony in it. This is less scary? Oh, okay. Wait, you've seen some pretty horrible things. Well, if that's the case, would it be actually kind of fucked up, if anything, that if we meet a certain goal at the end of before the end of Halloween month, I would end up reading My Little Pony's the most fucked up of all fucked up fanfics from the My Little Pony My Little Pony fanfiction library, that is I don't know, cupcakes. If I were to make a sub goal, let's just say if I were to make a sub goal where if I read a certain threshold of subs, I will then read subs or bits or whatever the fuck. I will then read cupcakes. Yeah, the fandom did went crazy. You please no. Okay.
Yeah, even I know vaguely the story related to that.
Okay, but Well, that'll. I mean, that'll. I mean, if that'll be kind of fucked. Yeah, that would be kind of fucked, wouldn't it? Well, I guess let's try to continue where we left off because I'm begging you, please don't. Oh, it is a thought, okay? It is a thought. Ah, okay, Bearwood, okay. okay. All right. How about My Immortal instead? If we meet a certain goal in terms of subs or channel points or whatever the fuck, I will read My Immortal instead. Would that make things a little bit better for you, chat? Would that make things... Because I'm just letting that offer out there right now, okay? Alright, let's begin. The door to her room in Sugar Cube Corner creaked open slowly as Pinky pushed in. The inside of her room was pitch black. She couldn't see anything past the frame of her door. You okay, Kiba?
Oh yes, I'm fine.
You good
Sound
over
like death.
You good over there?
Oh, I took too much of a hit. Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Welcome back, Kiba. We are in the middle of reading we're in the middle of reading fanfiction reading, and since this is Halloween month, we are in the middle of reading chapter 2 of Silent Ponyville.
Oh, I remember reading this one.
Yep. And
Good times.
I mentioned into the chat earlier that if we try, as you know, well, I don't know, say if I were to try to make a goal, like in terms of either subs or donations or bits or whatever the fuck, I would either read, I would read Cupcakes, and the chat says in unison, I think, no. So I raised
Don't do that.
So I'm gonna raise an alternative. If I reach a certain amount of subs or goals, if I reach a certain amount of subs, bits, channel points, whatever the fuck, I've yet to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
I will read My Immortal instead.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yes.
Like, that's torture I wouldn't even put on my enemies. And I'm a fucking pirate, so, you know, that's bad. That's real bad. The fuck's wrong with you?
I'm part.
What are you, crazy?
I'm an innkeeper, but I'm also part house gremlin who is a masochist sometimes to cringe. Okay.
Fear the gremlin.
You're mental.
All right. I guess with that, now that we're done with the shenanigans out of the way, let's continue. The door to her room in Sugar Cube Corner creaked open slowly as Pinky pushed in. The inside of her room was pitch black. She couldn't see anything past the frame of her door. She carefully dug into the bag and pulled out the lantern. Oh! Oh! Thank you so much, Phantom May! Thank you!
Fans just subscribed? Hell yeah.
I seriously need to change that that subscribes notification.
This pipe one's on for you, Faz.
She carefully dug into her bag and pulled out the lantern, holding it in her mouth as she turned the knob. The wick came to life, the flame shining. She stepped into her room, the light of the lantern illuminating what she couldn't see before. She looked shocked at the state of her room. It looked like it hadn't been used for years. The wallpaper was rotting and peeling. The wooden floor was splintering and falling apart. The curtains were riddled with holes. Dust was thick as the air was stagnant. Pinky looked around and confused before placing the lamp down and before placing the lamp down gently onto the table so she could see the whole room.
Was I gone for a long time?
Pinky asked. She stepped through the room, hearing the floor creak and groan as it adjusted to her weight.
Twilight wouldn't have used the spell to send me into the future if she was going to help me. Would she?
Pinky
I don't know, she
said,
sounds like a bitch.
Pinky said, not sure what to think.
The spell did say it will be disorienting. So I guess this could be all part of that side effect.
The phonograph began to let off a soft static. Pinky stopped in her tracks as she listened to it. The last time it went off, she met that creature as it had gotten louder as it got closer to it. She looked around the room hastily, but she didn't see anything that looked like a monster.
Calm down, Pinky. There is nothing too serious to worry about. Let's just go check and see if Gummy is here. Grab the balloon and head for the sky. You can put this creepiness behind you then.
Pinky said as she grabbed the lantern in her teeth and pushed her bathroom door open.
Gummy!
She called out despite the lantern in her teeth. She looked into the bathroom and nearly dropped the lantern. The walls were smeared with blood, bloody hoof prints and hastily scribbled words. The curtains were torn to shreds, the remains barely hanging onto the poles that used to hold them. Caked blood covered the outside of the tub. The whole room looked like a massacre.
Gummy.
Gummy? Are you in here?
Her words were muffled, but she had to check. She had to look. Her mind screamed to leave, but she had to find out if he was in here or not. She took steps into the bathroom.
Hello.
Oh? Yes?
It's the Mario Man.
Oh! Hey, Morris. Alright. We are currently in the middle of reading Silent Ponyville, and this is and we are reaching to a heavy part of the fanfic. So I hope you're
Content warning.
content warning right there, right now. I mean, this is a grim dark fanfic.
Back, content warning, everybody.
Okay, where was I?
You only get the one.
Where was I? Okay. I may have to go back a little bit.
Gummy? Are you in here?
Her words were muffled, but she had to check. She had to look.
Pounds.
Her mind screamed to leave, but she had to find out if he was in here or not. She took steps into the bathroom, her hooves echoing loudly as she stepped into the tile. The only relief was given was that the phonograph grew quieter as she stepped in further. She placed in the lantern down to the sink and gulped as best as she could. The room stank of mold and blood. It made her want to gag. She carefully checked around the tub to see the curtains, only seeing more blood. She turned to look at the walls, getting a chance to read what was written in hastily scribbled blood. Help me. Pain. He hungers. The words sent chills down her spine. What did they mean? He hungers. The words echoed in her head. Was that referring to Gummy? But Gummy had no teeth. The only thing he could ever swallow was the mushy gator food that she bought for him. What had happened in her bathroom? Why would this have happened here? Her mind was reeling with questions. She desperately needed the comfort of one of her friends right now. She stepped away from the wall. There was only one place left that she had to check, and that was the tub itself! shit. Okay, hey!
Found it.
I've unfortunately want to tell you right here and now that, you're in the middle of me reading, middle of a fanfiction reading, and the fanfic we're reading is, well, Silent Ponyville that is written by Sam Rose, and you're not in. You're in for. You're not in. You guys are not in. This is gonna be painful. I am apologizing ahead of time. Okay, where was I? Oh shit. Okay. I think that I know where I am now. She stepped away from the wall. There was only one place left that she had to check, and that was the tub itself. She very carefully...
She went to the window and the wall.
No!
Hello.
Oh, hey, Jay.
Did the raid work?
Yeah, it did. It kind of did.
Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, I need to fix the plushies again.
Bubbles.
I need to fix the plushies again.
Okay, I
Look,
can never
just do
tell if
whatever-
it actually. I can never tell if it actually works because it doesn't show for me.
Fun.
Look, Makoto, just do us all a favor and just put me in the jar. Then I won't be in the way of anyone.
Nah. Look, the only way you ever earned a jar is that you actually did something utterly outrageous, okay?
Okay, give me time. I'm good at that.
Oh,
I'm very
no.
good at that.
Oh, no. Chat, I'm terrified. I'm terrified of what Cedric has in mind. Okay.
Fear me.
Alright, you are okay, I need to fix up Jay's plushies, the proportion in Jay's plushie, because that did not look okay, Chief. That did not look okay. There's a smidge. There's a teeny smidge.
Well, I'm actually not gonna be here long. I'm actually gonna go and get myself a haircut.
Oh, well, at least have a good day out then.
Yep. I do want to
Really
ask
want-
one thing before I head out.
What's that?
Have you guys seen the trailer?
Not yet. No
Yes.
spoilers. No spoilers.
I'm not spoiling a dang thing.
Good.
I
Look,
need to
Neil-
know if you guys have seen it.
I have, and the only thing I'm going to say, Bowser is daddy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Don't say anything else, otherwise I'm gonna give you a boot to the head.
Well, to be fair, I always thought Bowser was daddy, but that's besides the point.
Okay.
I'm not touching that.
Alright.
I am.
Alright. I think it's about time for me to continue where I left off, and I gotta reread this again, okay? I gotta reread this little section again. Okay. She stepped away from the wall. There was only one place left that she had to check, and that was the tub itself. She very carefully leaned her head over the edge of the tub, looking down into it. In the tub lay half of the rotten remains of a tiny green gator. Pinky threw her
Delicious.
No, dude. Pinky threw.
Sorry.
Pinky.
I had to.
All right, get in the jar. Get in the jar. Right, really,
I did it, yes!
really, right in the middle of this one scene. Okay, fine. Get in the jar. Get in the sponsorship jar. Get in the. I wish I got sponsorship. Okay.
Give it time, you will.
Yeah,
There.
just keep working on it.
All right. There you go. There you go, Kiba. You're now in the jar jail. Okay. Pinky threw her hooves over her mouth as tears began to stream out of her eyes. It was unmistakable. That was Gummy. He looked like he had been there for a long time. Pinky's stomach was moving into her throat as she stared. Why was this happening? Was the question bouncing around her head again and again and again. She needed answers. It was then she had noticed a bright red ribbon. It was tied immaculately into a bow around something that was sticking out of Gummy's mouth. Pinkie had swallowed as she stared at the item, not sure what it meant. The item was clean. It was free of blood, and it looked like Gummy was trying to give it to her. Pinkie gingerly lowered her hoof and took the item from Gummy's mouth. The item is slipping out with a bit of ease. There was something. She was able to look at it clearly now, realizing it was a key. The key had a symbol of a star in it. She didn't quite know what it meant, but Gummy had given it to her in his last days. She had to keep it. She gently placed the key into her bag, remembering just then that the phonograph was giving off a quiet buzz. She carefully grabbed her lantern and stepped out of the bathroom, closing the door behind her. She placed the lantern down onto the ground as she wiped her face again, hiccuping.
Mommy! I'm so sorry!
She cried into her hoof as she desperately tried to calm down.
I promise! I'll give you the proper burial you deserve one day! Please, forgive me for not being there for you!
She said as her shoulders shook. Her attempts at calming down were failing. The tears were pouring out stronger now. She just wanted to sit there and cry. Her mind snapping aware when she heard the buzzing grow louder, turning into a high-pitched scream. Whatever was setting it off was getting closer. That meant she didn't have time she needed to sit there and cry her heart out. She had to move, or the fate that befell Gummy was going to befall her too. She hastily grabbed the lantern and ran across her room to the closet, where she had kept the balloon. The ringing grew louder. Her heart was racing a mile a minute. She grabbed the closet doors and ripped them open. A high-pitched scream erupted as a white blur lashed onto Pinkie's face. Pinkie whirled her head around frantically as pain struck around her face. She scrambled her hooves and rammed them against the wall, erupting another screeching from the blur. She whirled her head and flung it across the room. Pinkie breathed heavily as she felt blood trickling down the side of her face. She turned to look at her attacker, her eyes opening in shock. Writhing on the floor was what looked like the upper half of a hairless young filly, its white skin beginning to rot to its bone, its two front hooves grasping for the land as it's flailing onto its back, its eyes covered with a white bandana as its black mouth opened, a long tongue flickering out as it let out its wailing cry. The screeching of this thing struck her ears harder than the loud ringing of her phonograph. Pinkie was speechless upon seeing this creature. That thing resembled a filly. Her stomach did a flip. A full-grown pony was one thing. The creature found its way right side up. Its wailing screeches quieted down as it seemed to be tasting the air, its tongue flickering about. Pinkie winced as she tried to take a step back, only to find a wall there. The creature's head snapped, looking straight at Pinkie. It then let out another wail as its shocking speed began to crawl straight at her. In a blind rush, she quickly jumped to the side, the creature slamming its head straight into the wall. It let out a wailing cry as it's flailing its head in pain. Pinkie's heart stopped in her throat as she watched the creature. Its wailing cry made it sound so pitiful. It had left a sizable bloodstain on the wall as its head was bleeding profusely. It's flailing its head back and forth. Pinkie wanted to reach out to help it. She wanted to stop its pain and let everything know it's all right. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream and rushed at her again, its mouth clamping hard on her leg. Pinky cried out as she failed her leg try to get the creature off, but it held on with a tight grip. She began to run around, trying to shake the creature, but its grip seemed to get tighter. She couldn't hear anything beyond her screams and the beating of her heart. She stopped next to a wall and slammed the creature hard against the wall. The creature was still there, and she slammed it hard again. She slammed it again, and again. Warm blood splattered against the wall onto her coat. She slammed it with all her might against the wall. The creature slid off as life escaped its body. The collapsing onto the floor with a thud. Pinky's breath filled her lungs with fire as her body shook with adrenaline. She looked down on her bleeding leg, then at the creature she just finished off. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Pinky said in a shaky breath as she stepped backwards from the creature. She hadn't meant to kill it. Did it deserve death? It had been attacking her, but was it the right thing to do? She sat on the ground panting, her body shaking, her mind reeling. She looked down at the body and saw the soft splatter of its blood against her coat. Her stomach did a flip again and again, her contents about to come up. What have I done? She gasped, trying to cool her burning lungs. Why did I have to go to this? She shook her head violently. She didn't want any of this, but it was happening. This was no dream that she could wake up from it and it'll go away. This was here, and it was real. She took a deep breath and tried to stand on her shaking legs. Rainbow Dash, Rarity, Fluttershy, Applejack, Twilight, Baby Pony, I need you right now, she said, shakily walking towards the closet. She grabbed the lantern and looked into the darkness. The balloon was there, the basket holding to the deflated balloon. Hope rose in her heart as she placed the lantern down and began to pull the cloth from the basket. Large holes riddled the balloon. It wasn't usable for flight. Pinky broke down into sobbing tears, crying into the hole-ridden cloth. The phonograph had finally stopped ringing. End of chapter 2. So, is everyone okay?
I'm alive.
So, real quick question: how do you think gummy tastes?
No, dude. I don't know how to actually answer that because I actually had tasted. No. That is awful in itself. I don't know how to fucking answer that. I don't know.
Fun fact.
Why? Why are you like this?
Fun
Why
fact.
are you like this? I'm grabbing the plushie and going at your face. Why are you like this, Cedric? Why?
Cause I'm an asshole. I thought that was. Look, I bully Melissa. I bully Crescentia. I bully Ace. I try to bully Arsenal. I'm a jerk. I'm a pirate. That's kind of my job.
I'm gonna just throw this plushie right after the screen.
Also, fun fact. Someone was working on a fan game for this.
And you're
Full
back.
story. I don't know where it went, but that was the thing for a while.
I mean, I think I know what you're talking about. I mean, I did see somebody made a gameplay of that fan game that is based on this fanfic, and even Sam Rose themselves actually got to play it because why not? Now, it would kind of make not. When it comes to reading, there's a little bit of a flaw when it comes to reading Chapter 2 of Silent Ponyville, where her room is located at Sugar Cube Corner, but not much people actually know how they actually got there. So I kind of assumed that there is actually a back door to Sugar Cube Corner that actually access to her main room, if you will.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right.
Yep. All right. But how's everyone today? We have went through how have I been, Danny Lockhart? I'm okay. Today has been a bit of a slow day for me, but reading this fan fiction is actually a blast, if you will. This is so much better compared to my time yesterday when I tried playing Monster Underworld. But here's hoping that the next gameplay day, well, would be a little bit easier for me because we are going to be playing. But for Halloween month, the first horror themed game that I'm going to be playing is Left 4 Dead 2.
Okay, thank God. I thought you were gonna say Alien Isolation, and I was just like, damn, everyone's playing it this year. Fuck.
But I never played Left 4 Dead 2. I mean, I downloaded the game when I needed to access maps for Gary's mod back in the day. Are you okay there, Phantom May?
You've never played Left 4 Dead 2?
No, never. So this is going to be a bit of a treat. This is going to be a bit of a treat, especially those who among my inner circle of friends who are veterans of the game, sort of.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Look, the best part about this game is if you can still make it scary, even when all the enemies are either Teletubbies or Stormtroopers. I love mods.
Well, I don't know if I should actually use mods for this because I've never played the game, you know?
Yeah, I'm thinking we start. I'm thinking maybe we run through like the first Left 4 Dead levels with the mutator L4D1, and that's about it.
But you okay there, Phantom May? I mean, I didn't traumatize you there from. I'm not a huge fan of My Little Pony, but the characters are likable and the stories and lessons are good. Fair enough. I also respect that opinion because that's also how I felt when I was. That's also how I felt a bit when it comes to MLP 2. Okay. Is everyone... Now then, we have finally covered Chapter 1 and 2. But we are now going to go into Chapter 3 of this story. And we have managed to see 2 monsters into this game, into this story. We're gonna be seeing more. Now, without further ado, I guess it's about time we actually start reading Chapter 3. Oh, before that I need to hydrate because... So it's a bit of a whiplash seeing Pinky getting thrown into this. Yeah, it'd be like that though.
Hold on, I'm speaking some heresy.
Sure. But well.
So, sorry.
Yes.
Go on. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
All right.
You're good.
While you're at it, I'm still gonna continue reading because things are gonna get a little bit more. We're starting to see more of the Silent Hill element into this series. Oh, thank you, Phantom May. I need to stretch for a bit. I really do. I need to stretch for a bit. That's a good stretch. That's not a Silent Hill monster. That is all me.
I mean, you could have fooled me.
Bearwald, oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. I'm gonna go do that right now. Okay, I need to wet my whistle before I read. Alright, let's begin. Oh, yes? Yes, Morris?
Nothing. Oh. Hello?
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
Alright, let's continue reading chapter 3. Pinky.
Luck.
Chapter 3. Pinky tenderly finished cleaning and wrapping her wounds. Her leg still throbbing from the bite wound, but at least now it will start to heal properly. She tested her weight on it. There was a small bit of pain, but nothing she could handle. She could keep moving, could run away if she had to. She looked down at the note that is placed on her bed once more. It had been resting at the bottom of the balloon's basket, as if it was waiting for her to find it. Laughter and smiles of youth, together as they found out truth. Dreams of the future are held, as fears of the past are expelled. She had been dwelling on this note since she found it. She knew it was a riddle. She wasn't very good with riddles. But her mind had finally calmed down enough now that she started thinking more coherently. Her brain was finally not reeling from the horror long enough to take deciphering these words seriously.
Well, I guess the first line means fools. Fools finding truth. Like, learning?
That word is what sparked it for her.
Oh! This riddle is about a school!
She said, reading the riddle in context of a school, and all the lines fit.
So, does that mean I should head for the school?
She asked herself. She looked around the dilapidated room. The balloon was torn apart. The body of the half-filly.
No reason to stay here.
She sighed as she packed the note into her bag before grabbing the lantern and heading outside. She shivered as she hit the cold, snowy air once more. She hadn't realized how warm it had been inside the buildings. She turned her lantern off and placed it back in her bag. She then began her gallop towards the school. She watched carefully from behind the trees as the lumbering form of the monster paced away from the entrance of the school to the school. It looked just like the first monster that she had encountered, the three-legged groaner.
If there's more than one of those things, maybe groaner is a good thing to call them,
she thought to herself. She had hoped the buzzing of her phonograph wouldn't give her position away, but it didn't seem to notice. And sorry, she had hoped the buzzing of her phonograph wouldn't give her position away, but it didn't seem to notice any sounds unless she made them. It soon began to lumber her way into the fog, turning into a dark silhouette of itself. She figured now what was the perfect time to move. She quickly made it to the front of the school and pulled onto the handle. Trying to get inside quickly, the door jammed from the sound of it being locked.
What? It's locked?
She said, bewildered. She hadn't expected to be locked, not after the riddle had told her to come to the school.
Did I get my answers wrong?
She asked herself as she looked into the door again. It was then that she noticed just above the handle was the lock with the symbol of the star on it. It seemed like a switch had flipped into her head. She quickly reached into her bag and pulled out the key that Gummy had left for her. She began being careful not to undo the ribbon. She placed the key into the hole. It fit perfectly. The door unlocked with a satisfying click that made her smile soft. She She went to grab the key to hold on to it again. The key turned to ash, the tiny pieces quickly falling into the ground. She stared in shock at the gift that Gummy had given. She stared in shock at the gift Gummy had given her. The only part that hadn't turned to ash was the ribbon that was floating down gently, landing onto her outstretched hoof.
No! Gummy's gift!
She said, her lip quivering as tears threatened to fall once more. She shook her head quickly, taking deep breaths of the cold air as she calmed herself again. She already cried a lot. If she keeps crying, she wasn't going to get out of this situation anytime soon. Besides, she still has the ribbon from the key. She very carefully tied the bow onto the end of her mane. It still didn't have its frizz to it, but tying it at the end helped her make her feel like it is a bit. Sorry, chat. Okay, let me read it. It still didn't have its frizz to it, but tying it at the end made her feel like it was a little poofy again. The ribbon gave her a comfort. She felt as if Gummy was right beside her while wearing it. She opened the school door and headed inside. To her surprise, the area was fairly well lit. She was expecting to need her lantern like at her house. The school seemed to have fared better than her house did. It had a thick layer of dust, but the structure wasn't nearly as much of disrepair. Lockers lined the walls and the hallways lead to the classrooms. Before her, an opening to the main auditorium. Signs hung out from the wall pointing out to the direction of the gym, the nurse's office, principal's office, and a number of classrooms.
Huh?
She said as her ear twitched upon hearing a sound. It sounded like laughter of young fools. She turned her head in the direction of the sound, simply amazed at the sight. She could see the ghostly apparitions of two young fools playing in the hallways. They laughed and pranced around each other before running down the hallway into the direction of a classroom. Pinkie watched as they faded through the door of the classroom. She quickly turned her head to the back and listened to the static of her phonograph. But it was silent.
Well, maybe those ghosts aren't monsters like the others.
She said quietly to herself. Perhaps if they weren't monsters, they were a sign. She quickly followed after the fools, opening to the door of classroom 104. The classroom was quiet as the halls of the school. Stagnant air mixed with a layer of dust. But the room gave Pinkie a sense of nostalgia. It was the classroom she had gone to when she had moved back to Ponyville. Memories began to flood her mind. Well, Miss Pinkamena, we recognize that you have been homeschooled for most of your life, but upon testing you on the Ponyville standardized test, your score was not high enough to acknowledge a graduate-level pony. So, we are requiring you to take at least 1 year of public school here in Ponyville, the mayor explained to her.
What? I have to go to school?
Pinkie said, shouting at her seat opposite of the mayor's desk.
But learning was so boring!
She stomped her hooves a little in her chair.
Now, sis,
Octavia said, reaching over her and placing her hoof in her sister's shoulder.
It won't be that bad. Just think of all the new friends you'll be able to make. You'll have lots of more ponies to invite to your parties,
she said comfortingly.
But...
Pinkie said, looking at her sister with pleading eyes. She already knew she wanted to spread smiles as far as she could, but this was her first time finding other ponies to be friends with, to host a party for. She was rather intimidated by the thought that they wouldn't like her parties. Tell you what, Octavia said with a comforting smile. If it's all right with the mayor, I'll go to school with you. How does that sound? I don't see why not. the mayor said, nodding with a smile.
Really? Oh my gosh! You're the best big sister ever!
Pinky said, hugging her dear sister with all her might, a big smile on her face. Octavia smiled in return as she petted her young filly sister. Pinky smiled at the warm memory. It was one that she hadn't thought of for a very long time. When Pinky had decided to leave the farm, Octavia was the one who was willing to help her with and to adjust the life outside it. Her parents seemed to understand and stayed behind and let their kids experience the world. Octavia had been the biggest help with her while they were at school. She gave her the confidence to meet new ponies, as she made so many friends. She was also the reason she'd meet Mr. and Mrs. Cakes and ended up staying with them. It was after that year of school that Octavia decided to leave for her own adventures, having discovered her love with the contrabass and classical music. She had been sad to letting her sister go, but understood she had to go and live her own life. Besides, she'd left her in the care with some wonderful, very wonderful friends. Pinky walked down the rows of desks with a soft but warm smile on her face. The room certainly gave her plenty of happy memories to remember. She stopped before her old desk in remembrance, but noticed a piece of paper lying on top of it.
What's this?
She asked before taking a quick breath and blowing the dust off the paper. Sitting on her desk was a little fool's drawing. One of it was a piece of paper of a family smiling on a rock farm. She gently placed a hoof against it. It was one of her old drawings. She smiled as she remembered the fondness she had for doodling during class. She could see her old house in the background, her mother and father standing behind their kids in the foreground. She smiled at the cute scribblings of her and Octavia.
Wait.
She said, suddenly realized something. She took her hoof away from the picture and stared at it. Something was wrong with this picture. She couldn't put her hoof into it, though.
This is my family. Why would give me the impression something's wrong?
She stared at the family. She stared at the happy family of 4. She couldn't fight the strong urge that there was something wrong with this picture. But no matter how she racked her brain, nothing seems to come to mind. She scrutinized the picture carefully.
I'm sure if Octavia was here, she would know what the problem was.
Pinky shook her head softly.
She was always the smartest of us. If we were in trouble, she would always bail us out.
Her words stopped dead.
Alright, fine. I'll play with you, but only because you're so insistent.
Her eyes shot back to the paper and scanned it. Counted the number of ponies in her family once more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
She counted out loud as she pointed to an empty spot that should have contained the other sister.
Where's Bellamina? Where's my younger sister?
She scoured the picture for any signs of her. She wouldn't have drawn a picture of her family without her. Would she?
Wait, come to think of it, when was the last time I ever thought about Bellamina?
She asked herself quietly. She remembered thinking about Octavia several times over the years, but she had never thought about Bellamina.
Oh my gosh, I must be the worst sister in the world!
She said, feeling so rotten to have forgotten about her other sister. She tried to recall the memories of her sister desperately, but the only thing that she could ever think that ever came to mind was the story of how she got her cutie mark. But beyond that, she shook her head furiously, trying to jog loose any memory but she didn't remember anything else. She looked down somberly before slamming a hoof against the ground.
I'm so sorry, Bellamina. I promise you, once I get out of here, I'll keep you in my thoughts.
Pinkie said, determined now. She had to escape the horrors that had befallen Ponyville. She looked around the classroom, her eyes being drawn to the desk next to hers, the one Octavia had sat during school. On the desk was a red circle with an X through it, written with a red marker. She carefully grabbed the edge of the desk and opened the top of it, looking inside. Inside of the desk was a blue jewel carved into a shape of a contrabass.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Pinkie gasped, examining the item. She wasn't sure if it was what it was doing here, but she had the strongest feeling that it was something she was meant to keep. She picked it up, carefully placing it gently into her bag. She closed Octavia's desk, before realizing she should check her desk as well. She was careful not to disturb the picture and opened hers as well. Inside was a red jewel with the shape of a balloon. She quickly placed it inside of her bag. She closed the desk and looked around. None of the other desks appeared to have anything significant on them. She headed to the front of the class and checked the teacher's desk. There was a note written on the desk. At the eve of the switch from night to morning, the red moon will rise.
Another riddle?
Pinkie asked aloud to no one. This one certainly made less sense than the last riddle she tried to solve. Off the top of her head, she couldn't figure out what this riddle was trying to tell her. She twirled her head around towards the door when she heard the laughter of fools coming from the hallway once more. She quickly exited the room and looked around the hallway to them. She saw them further down, playing with each other. She slowly approached them, trying to get a better look at the two little fools. However, once she got close enough, they began to run down the hallway. She gave chase. Checking up on you, chat. How's everyone doing from that?
My heart, my soul, if I had one, or either.
Retuning the into my maiden vehicle.
Fair enough, fair enough.
777 horsepower and 484 pounds of torque.
How are you, chat? How are you enjoying this chapter so far? It's not bad yet. Yes, you're right. That is correct, Phantom A. It's not bad yet. But is everyone ready to continue?
Yes.
All right, let us continue. The little fools didn't run too far. They quickly made a turn to another room. Pinkie stopped in front of the door that read janitor's closet on the front.
Oh, thank you, Phantom A. I needed that.
Okay, that is definitely refreshing because fanfiction reading is not a joke. The little fools didn't run too far. They quickly made a turn into another room. Pinkie stopped in the front of the door that read janitor's closet on the front. She heard a click come from the door, as if it was just been unlocked. She reached for the handle and opened it, walking into the closet. The room didn't have anything like a janitor's closet should. Rather than shelves of items for cleaning, it was mostly an empty room. At the end of the opposite stood a small, knee-high pedestal. Then behind it, what looked like a door with a clock and symbols around it. In between, the two portraits of the princesses.
Oh, is that lantern oil?
She said as she walked up to the small pedestal, noticing a small bottle of yellow liquid. She sniffed in it real quick to confirm what it was before picking it up and placing it in her bag.
Good. That should keep me stocked for a while.
She then walked she then walked forward to take a closer look at the door. To the left of the door was a picture of Princess Luna, graciously drawn with her body in a circle, surrounding a small hole in the wall. Princess Celestia was drawn very much the same, also surrounding a small hole in the wall.
Wait, this hole. I know this shape.
She said, having to notice something about the hole Celestia was surrounding. She quickly reached into her bag and pulled out the red balloon jewel, and it fit gently into the hole. It snapped into place with a satisfying click.
Then that means the other jewel must go here,
she said, placing the blue contrabase under Luna's picture. When the second jewel clicked into place, the clock moved forward, out into the door a little, followed by the symbols placed in the circle around it. She looked carefully at the symbols. There were 6 pictures, 3 of suns, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue, and 3 of moons, 1 white, 1 green, and 1 red.
Wait, a clock and a moon.
The words of the teacher's desk came to mind.
The eve of the switch from night to morning. Night is PM, morning is AM. They switch at 12.
And the red
moon will glow at that time.
She placed her hoof at the dial of the symbols, turned it, and placed the red moon so it'll be directly above the number 12 of the clock. Then she moved the 2 hands of the clock to point it at the number as well. The clock chimed 12 times, as if it was the clock chimed 12 times, and the dial moved back into the door. Before the door moved up and rose into the ceiling. Sorry, chat. Before the door moved up and rose into the ceiling, opening the path. Pinky quickly walked into the next room. Okay. She had a gut feeling it didn't mean anything more. She focused into the room before her. She regretted it immediately. The room itself gave off a stench of rotting. The ceiling was brown with missing tiles. The walls were a mess of peeling rotten walls.
Really weird.
What?
There you go.
Rotten.
You sounded like, at least on my end.
Yeah.
Like on my end, you sounded like you were drowning for a moment.
The room itself gave off the stench of rotting. The ceiling was brown with missing tiles. The walls were a mess with peeling of rotted walls. With tiles. Sorry. Sorry, chat. I apologize for that. Okay, where was I? Holes littered the room, revealing a mesh of iron grating behind it, apparently the foundation holding the room together. 2 dead ponies were hung from the corners of the room, their bodies wrapped in some kind of cloth, but their blood splattered the walls next to them. They hung by the chains and metal that kept them suspended. On the wall behind them was a single word written in their blood. Run. She didn't need to be told twice as she ran out from the room. She ran out of the janitor's closet and back into the hallway.
Wait, what happened to the lights?
She asked as the hallway she entered was pitch black. She quickly reached into her bag and pulled out her lantern. The flame came to life, illuminating the hallway. She gasped as the hallway was no longer that of the calm and quiet schools, but instead was made of the same dilapidated materials as the room she just escaped. Everything was rotting, held together by a metal grating. The grime covered the floor with splotches and blood caked the walls. Hanging bodies of ponies were visible at various intervals down the hall. The stench of so much rotting gagged Pinky. If not for the lantern in her mouth, she would have lost her stomach. The sound of static hit her ears next. Her heart started pounding as she heard footsteps echoing down the hall. She turned to the direction of the footsteps, listening to the hiss of the static that grows louder, and the footsteps grow closer. Her brain is screaming to run, listen to the wall, and put everything of force, of power into her hooves. But she seemed stuck, almost glued into the spot. This feeling was not like the other monsters. This sensation was piercing down right into her very soul. This feeling was biting into her and forcing her feet to stay. The edge of the light hit the creature. It walked further into the edge of the light, and she felt her heart stop for just a brief moment. It was one of the monsters of her nightmare. It was a tall, slender pony that towered over her. It had no face. Its skin clung to its face, as its body as they were attached directly to its bones. It was pale, deathly pale, accentuated by the black suit and red tie it wore onto its torso. It continued to take slow steps towards her. Every hoof step echoed in her brain like it was trying to grate in her mind. The phonograph erupted into a loud, high-pitched ring. The phonograph erupted into a loud, high-pitched ringing as she felt she felt pain strike her mind. She no longer felt herself glued into the spot, and with every ounce of strength, she turned around and ran. Her heart jumped into her throat and beat a mile away. Her heart jumped into her throat and beat away a mile a minute as her hooves connected loudly with each single step she took. She didn't care about the grime or the body she passed. She had to get away. Her mind grated with a feeling of haze that the creature seems to bring with its presence. The loud ringing of the phonograph seems to be the only thing that kept her in any state of mind to run as fast as she could. She rounded the corner with lightning speed. She was putting everything into this. She knew she could run fast. She could keep up, if not outrun Rainbow Dash at times. She had to be losing to the slender pony. She had to be escaping. She dared to look over her shoulder. It was keeping up with her. It seems to be only walking. Somehow the slow-paced canter it strutted kept up, and his whole being seems to be sliding towards her, as if there was no escaping. Her mind reeled as she whipped her head towards. Her mind reeled as she whipped her head forward to try to go faster. She had to turn another corner. Her hoof caught under one of her legs, and she nearly fell. She scrambled her legs and took off again. A blood-curdling scream bellowed out before her as she saw the half of the white filly start crawling straight at her. She jumped over it, its tongue passing over one of her hooves as it tried to bite her. The screams of the filly were cut short as she heard the sounds of it being crushed by the monster chasing her. Her stomach hit her hard inside her throat as her lungs burned. Her mind was reeling and the haze is growing.
I can't escape! I can't escape! I can't escape! I can't escape! I can't escape!
The worlds yelled and flung themselves to every corners of her mind. She felt it. She was going to die. This monster was about to kill her, and there was nothing she could do about it. Her eyes flung open as she saw an end of the hallway. An open door.
An exit?
Her mind screamed as she continued to book it. She raced as fast as she could, trying to ignore the constant looming presence of the threat behind her. She had to get to that door. She was almost there. Just a little closer. Just a little closer. She was going to make it. She jumped, passing straight to the open door and skidding to a halt at the inside of the room. Her heart instantly sank as she looked around. The room was a square with one entrance, no exit. She had jumped straight into a dead end with that monster behind her. She looked around frantically. The room was adorned with party decorations, multicolored streamers, balloons caked with blood, vile-looking snacks, poorly wrapped and rotting gifts, hanging ponies at every corner, a seal of blood drawn out onto the floor. She instantly turned around, watching the slender pony gradually walk into the room, the only opening to the room, sealed shut with an iron gate behind it. There was no escaping it now. She was trapped in the same room as this monster. She dropped the lantern from her mouth, no longer able to hold onto it as she panted frantically. The lantern rolled into the center of the room, turning itself upright in the center of the blood-drawn seal. The seal lit up with a red glow, filling the room with light. She could see the red-hued slender pony as it walked towards her.
Stay back!
She yelled as she ran into the gifts. She began grabbing them one by one, throwing them at the pony. The gifts struck at the pony and seemed to stun him for a moment. But as the gifts hit him, they fell into the ground and burst into a pile of ash. They slowed his walk down for a moment, but soon they didn't even faze him. She grabbed the last gift and tossed it with all her might, smacking it at his head. It struck him before it blowing up into a pile of ash. Pinky cried out in pain as she felt her forehead splitting open and her vision hazed into oblivion. She stomped her hooves down and ran blindly in a direction away from the pony. Her vision returned as she felt blood trickling down between her eyes, dripping off on her nose. He had opened up another fresh wound on her head. She grabbed the table, holding the vial of snacks on top of it, and tossed it into the ground. She raised her hind legs up with all her might, and she kicked the table straight at the slender pony. The whole table struck him and pushed him back. He hit the table, and the table seemed to hold him in place for now. Pinky panted as she stared at the creature. He got up. He pushed the table gently, and the table fell apart in a pile of ash. Pinky's legs gave way under her as she fell into her knees. Tears fell from her eyes as she sobbed in pain and exhaustion. She couldn't fight this monster. It was too much. Her mind reeled and wanted to accept death. Her body could not take it. Her mind could not take it. She felt her mind beginning to hurt more. The slender pony was drawing closer. She couldn't look at him. She sobbed with her eyes closed shut, just wanting the horror to end once and for all. Okay.
It's getting serious.
Wow.
The pain stopped. The hoof steps of the pony had stopped getting closer. The ringing of the phonograph has dying down. Pinky dared to open up her eyes and looked up. He was still there, but he had stopped from his assault on her. He looked like he was looking away from her, and something she couldn't see. That's when she heard it. The siren. The siren was going off again in the distance. The slender pony just put one of its lifted hooves off the ground and turned to look at Pinky. She braced for whatever whatever she was going to do, but he just stood there. Then, slowly, he lowered his head into his suit and pulled out the small brown box. He placed it onto the ground before turning around and walking away from her. The light in the room dimmed until it was pitch black. Light from her lantern began to bring a gentle glow to the room. Pinky hiccuped, taking a huge breath of air that burned her lungs again. She could feel her heart still racing at top speed as she began to get her bearings. The room wasn't the one she had just been. It looked like a normal basement. It had pipes and fixtures that controlled water and heating throughout the building. Her lantern lay on its side in the middle of the room, glowing with its gentle flame. The brown box was still there where the slender pony had left it. Words failed Pinky. She didn't have the strength to get up at the moment. She lowered her head and let her sob again. End of chapter 3. So, how's everybody been doing from that?
I'm doing good.
It sounds like my fucking what would I call it? Sounds like my evenings in the Shadowfell.
But how's that little addition that I brought in the familiar siren from Silent Hill? Is that pretty okay?
Yes.
I'm actually glad I brought a little bit of a piece of ambience in this. Let me see.
It's actually kind of a interesting little thing to listen to while test driving your newfound, your newly refreshed flagship car on one of the most dangerous tracks. Imagine just in a race rig.
If you guys want, we can actually try reading up to chapter 4 if you're interested.
Purely up to you. I'm here for the fun.
No. Is Dave gone? Oh no, you're still there. Okay. How many chapters are there? Well, there are actually 5 chapters, alongside with some ending chapters that the guy managed to write down. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the stretch. I'm gonna go and do that right now. Oh, that feels good to stretch.
Should I damage it?
Huh?
Right to the wall.
We're all going to war.
Eh.
Crash into the wall.
But yeah, I think we can try pushing ourselves to go until chapter 5, and maybe until the ending, the true ending chapter, if you guys are interested.
Look, just traumatize everyone who's watching. You know, we gotta start off small. If we're going to make new adventurers, enter the dungeons, stop the bad guy, they need the traumatic backstory. And what's more traumatic than a Yuki Onna telling them a horror story? It's a win-win.
Yep.
You all
Well,
agree with me, right, Sean? Right, Morris, was it?
Good.
Sorry, I
Lovely
kind
name, by
of
the way.
zoned out.
you okay?
Yeah, just the internet giving me shit, that's all.
Nope.
Well, from the bottom of a cold pirate's heart, you are loved,
Alright.
Sherman.
Appreciate it.
Indeed.
Look, I'm not dead. If it makes you feel any better, I'm not dead. So, I'm not undead.
Well, I think we could try to at least read up until chapter 5, or up to its true ending chapter. I hope you guys don't mind that, don't you?
Go for it.
Yeah, I may have to call it early here because I have to be up for work tomorrow, sadly.
Oh, well, that's okay. At least sleep well tonight, alright?
I did, and I had fun while I was here.
Yes.
Okay.
All
Sleep
right.
well now.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night.
I'll do my best. Nighty night, everybody.
Good night, Sherm.
Good night.
I would love to adventure, but no group. Yeah, I can. That is a relatable mood right there, Bearwald. That is a relatable mood right there. All right. I guess we can try going on until chapter until let's see if we can try finishing this. You get now. Without further ado, chapter 4. The world was quiet. Her hair floated around her face. She didn't feel the sting of her wounds here. Everything felt the same like this. It seemed almost as if her cares were a mile away. The last of her oxygen left her mouth and flew past her face. Her lungs began to burn. She wanted to hold for it a little longer, but her body defied her. Pinky gasped, taking a huge breath of air as she surfaced from the bucket of water. She panted heavily as she tried to relax and calm her beating heart. She had just survived staring death in its face. That thing. That monster. That slender pony. She knew she was just getting close to it. She knew that just getting close to it is a death wish. When it had just gone close to her mind, when it had gone close to her, her mind had fallen into a haze unlike she had ever experienced before. Then there was that head-splitting pain. She gingerly touched her re-wrapped wounds. The cuts on her attack of the room had started to heal, but the slender pony had left a deep gash down the middle of her forehead. But she had survived. The cut only stung a little now, and that would fade soon. The bandages on her leg also needed to be changed. All that running had reopened the bite wound that is on the leg, and that was currently throbbing and is now recovered. She shook her head and mane, casting the water off her head. That soak had relaxed her some, but she was still inside of that school. The school where she had been chased inside of that. The only word that came to her mind that could describe it was an other world. One that was separate. One that was separate yet almost the same. Oh yeah, he's still in timeout. Okay, maybe it's time for me to untimeout Kiba. Okay. I am gonna take you out and put.
I was timed out.
Yeah, I forgot to take you out from the jar. Okay.
Oh, hold on a second. I'll find a reason to put myself back in.
You like it in a jar, don't you?
Look, it's a guilty pleasure. Giggity. Do you think in Resident Evil 2, Ada pegs Leon?
I don't know, since I never played. I never played Resident Evil.
Because look, we all for a fact that she has to peg him.
And
Oh
Yeet! I can't. You're going back. You did. Oh, there he goes. He just landed back into the jar just like a slam dunk.
Told you I would.
Alright. Let me go back into where I left off. She lowered her head and started gulping down the bucket of water. She hadn't realized just how thirsty she was, but she remembered just how much crying and running she has been doing, and suddenly her throat felt dry as a desert. She very quickly emptied the bucket of its contents. Her tongue lapped at the bottom of the bucket expectantly, but there was no more water to be had. She softly sighed as she pulled her head back up and looked around the empty cafeteria she was in. She was able to imagine back when it was still in pristine condition. All the little fools would gather around, eating lunch as they took a break from their day of learning. Friends would share gossip stories, adventures in games that they were playing at home. Some would doodle, some would spend their time by themselves, but lunchtime and recess were always a fool's favorite part of school.
Those days are long gone now in this place, aren't they?
Pinkie sighed as she stared at the empty, dust-covered room. The tables had been empty and abandoned for a long time now, and no fools visited these halls. Even the brief glimpse of the playful ghostfuls had gone away and left the empty silence. She took a soft breath and picked up the red ribbon. She had taken it off to soak her head. She gently tied it into a bow at the end of her mane once more. She has grown very fond of this ribbon, not only it being a gift from Gummy. It seems like it gives her a sense of normalcy during these calm moments. Even when she just had time to herself. It seems to have put her mind at a bit of ease just by knowing it was there.
I guess,
She said, taking a deep breath.
all what's left to do now is open this box.
She said, looking down at the brown box that sat next to the bucket. She hadn't looked inside it. In fact, she wanted to leave it there. Even more so, she wanted to smash it. She wanted to destroy the box. Anything that Slender Pony had offered to just made her stomach twist in anger. But forces beyond her understanding compelled her to bring it with her. She had just put it down to get some water, and now that she finished it, it sat there mocking her.
Maybe I can smash it after I found out what's inside.
She reasoned with herself, giving her enough confidence to finally open it. She carefully lifted the brown lid, half expecting it to burst into fire upon touching it. The lid slid off easily, and she looked inside it.
Why is this here?
She said as she stared in shock at what sat inside of the box. It was the key to Sugar Cube Corner.
Why won't he have this? Why would he give this to me?
The question wrapped into Pinkie's mind, but no answers came. She had just come from that area. After all, her home was right above Sugar Cube Corner.
I can't believe I forgot to check the store itself.
Pinkie kicked herself mentally. She looked at the key again, then remembered she had been in her room. Then she remembered what she had been in her room and sighed.
No, I can't believe I didn't check it. Not after what that filly attacked me. I didn't want to get out of there. I didn't want to get out of there as quickly as I could.
She carefully picked up the key and placed it in her bag. She had to go back out and find out what happened to Sugar Cube Corner now. She then carefully replaced the lid of the brown box before picking it up and dropping it on the ground. She lifted her good leg and smashed it under her hoof. It let off a satisfying crunch as she crushed it. Hold on a second, fellas. That's a good little stretch. Whew. The snow had started to pile thickly on her hooves. The town looked like it had a white blanket covering it. Every part of the town had snow on it. The trees, the roofs, and the trees. Wait, the streets, the roof, and the trees. Pinky had never seen the town covered in snow in this way before. Okay. Let me reiterate that. Every part of the town had snow on it. The streets, the roofs, and the trees. Pinky had never seen the town covered in the snow this way before. There had always been ponies that made sure the town was still usable during the winter, clearing the streets and making sure the snow didn't pile up too quickly. Each step gave a crunch in the snow, and the cold ground sank underneath her. She shivered even more now, wishing she had brought some winter clothes to keep warm. Normally, she did well in the cold, but the snow kept wetting her coat. She could feel ice starting to form in the base of her legs. Sugar Cube Corner finally came into view. She sighed in relief. She had seen groaners in the distant fog, but none of them come close to her. She managed to make it into she had managed to make it here, only suffering from the cold. She went up to the door of her favorite bakery and gently tried to open it. The door was locked as expected, so even if she had tried to check on it earlier, she would have just had to move on. She carefully pulled a key out of the store of her bag and placed it into the lock, the door unlocking. Pinky watched as the key turned into ash, just as the school key had before it. She let out a soft sigh as she pushed the door open, stepping inside. As she expected, Sugar Cube Corner was dark, just like her room. Scant amount of lights entered the room as she looked around. She quickly reached into her bag, pulling the lantern. She was careful that she had refilled it with oil back in the cafeteria as she set the flame alit. To her surprise, Sugar Cube Corner looked fine. There were no pastries on the shelves or counters, but there was a lack of dust and decay. In fact, the place was even decorated. There were ribbons and banners and balloons set up all over around the shop. There was a table set up for holding snacks and punch. Several games placed in various locations, as well as a pile of presents on another table. There was a banner tied at one pole to the other, that above it that all read, "Welcome, Pinkie Pie."
Are these decorations for me?
Pinkie asked, placing her lantern down on the table so it could illuminate the room.
Ooh! Do we have a guest? I love guests!
Came a voice that sounded all too familiar. Pinkie stopped as she looked around. She hasn't heard any ponies' voices. She hasn't heard any ponies' voices since she entered into this horrible place, and as she was suddenly filled with hope.
Yes, you do have a guest. It's me, Pinkie Pie.
Pinkie Pie quickly called out excitedly, wanting to meet the other pony right now.
Where are you? Come out. I promise I'm not like the other monsters outside. Oh, really? It's just so hard to tell these days who is and who isn't.
The voice said cheerily.
Please, when you come out, I'd really like to see your face.
Pinkie said. She didn't care if the voice seemed to sound too familiar. She just wanted to see the pony's face.
Okie dokie Loki, since he asked so nicely.
A blob of darkness in the corner of the room began to move. It seems to manifest into the form of a pony before Pinkie's eyes. The shadows surrounding the ponies faded surrounded the pony faded, as light soon gave her a form. Pinky gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her hoof.
What's the matter? You seem surprised to see me. You said your name is Pinkie Pie, right? What a coincidence! My name is Pinkie Pie, too!
There was no doubt. The bright pink coat, the frizzled up curly mane and tail, the blue and yellow balloons for a cutie mark, the bouncing bubbly attitude. It was Pinkie Pie.
But that's gonna be confusing if we both start calling each other Pinkie Pie. We should give you a nickname! What? But I'm...
Pinkie couldn't think of anything to say. Why was there two of her? And this Pinkie didn't seem to be suffering at all from any of the sadness or despair. She wasn't covered in any bandages, and she didn't even look hurt. This Pinkie looked exactly what she did before the nightmares had started to affect her. This town wasn't helping her.
Oh, I see your hair is down. Does that mean you're sad? You must be. The only time my hair goes down is when I'm sad. We should call you Sadie Pie.
The happy version of Pinkie bounced again.
Why are you so sad, Sadie Pie? Did someone steal your treat? Did someone steal your sweets? You can always make more, you know. Oh, I know what'll turn that frown upside down. Let's make some cupcakes.
Cupcakes? Pinkie asked, a little hesitantly.
Oh God, I know where this is going.
Sense damage.
Pinkie asked a little hesitantly.
But I want to get out of this town. Aw, you want to go?
Happy Pinkie said, tilting her head.
But you just got here. Come on. There's so much fun for us to have.
She bounced over to the door to the side of the sugar cube corner, one that led to the basement. She opened the door, then turned back around.
Come on and follow me. Let's have lots of fun. Then we'll make those cupcakes.
The happy Pinkie bounced into the darkness of the stairs, disappearing from sight. Pinkie just... What? Oh, okay, Bear. Yeah, Bear, you too, Bearwolf, huh? I mean, oh, Phantom Me, are you okay? Are you okay? Is everyone okay?
Everyone's suffering.
No cupcake. I guess even after so many years, people are still affected from that story, isn't it?
Look, that shit randomly came out one day. Anyone who wasn't into My Little Pony at the time heard about it through a friend, and anyone who was in was terrified. Let's get real. That shit came out of so left field, it went right.
I don't know whoever was the person behind the fanfic, but I want to say, dude, you accomplished something, all right? Okay. Pinkie just stared in disbelief as the second Pinkie disappeared from sight. She couldn't believe her own eyes. Surely, she was the only Pinkie Pie. Right? She had to find out why there was a second Pinkie Pie. She grabbed the lantern and slowly began to follow down the stairs of the basement. She could hear the constant giggling of herself far down in the darkness. For some reason, she might have preferred the silence. She hit the bottom of the stairs and looked up, expecting to see the basement. Instead, there was a long hallway before her, with a series of 4 wooden doors along it, with a final wooden door at the end.
Come on! Let's play already!
The chipper voice echoed throughout the hallway. Pinkie couldn't tell which direction it had come from. She slowly walked up to the first door and opened it. Entering slowly, inside, The room she got was inside the room. She was shocked. She saw a familiar look of the living room of the farm.
Memories time.
Here, you should eat something. The ghostly image of her father had placed a bowl of soup before the ghostly image of her younger self, wrapped up in a blanket.
I'm not hungry.
The younger self the younger self had softly muttered in response. She bundled herself tighter in the blanket. You haven't eaten anything since you got back. Please, you have to eat. Her father sat down to the couch next to his daughter.
I don't ever want to eat again.
Young Pinky said, her voice quivering with fear. Her father placed his head around his shaking daughter, holding her close to his body. The images faded away. The room was quiet as Pinky stared at the images she'd just seen.
Was that a memory?
She asked herself. It wasn't a memory she could remember. The words her father had spoken felt ominous, but she could think of why they would seem that way. She saw something out in the corner of her eye, looking down at the table where the soup had been. On the top was a green tile with an image of a cat in it. She wasn't sure what it meant, but she felt like it was something important. She made sure to quickly grab it and place it in her bag. She then exited the room, closing the door behind her.
You do want to have fun, don't you?
Came the cheerful voice that echoed through the hallway once again. Pinky ignored it for the moment, opening the door across the first one. Inside the door, she saw an interrogation room, one she would have seen in the local authorities when she was little. Can't you see she has been through enough? The ghostly image of her mother told a ghostly police cult as she hugged her pink daughter. Your questions are upsetting her. The pink filly was shaking in her mother's arms. I apologize profusely. We're not trying to scare her, but we need to know what happened. The cult said reassuringly. You need to give my daughter time, the father said adamantly. This has been a tough time for all of us. We understand, and you have our condolences, but we need to know the details. Once we do, we can bring this whole affair to an end quickly. The cult returned. The images faded from the room once more, leaving behind a pink tile of the interrogation table. It was another scene that didn't exist in her memories. This one confused her more than the last one. Not knowing what the reason she would have been into This one confused her more than the last one. Not knowing what reason she would have if to be in an interrogation room like that. She examined the title, seeing that it had a picture of a bird in it. She quickly placed it inside her bag before exiting the room as well.
Oh, you're gonna make me wait, aren't you?
The chipper Pinkie Pie voice echoed in the hallway, sounding disappointed. Pinkie softly shook her head. The voice of another Pinkie was unsettling to her. Hearing herself talk without it being heard just felt unnatural. She carefully walked to the next door, opening it and stepping inside. This time, she saw a bedroom of the farm. 3 beds filled the room, one for each of them as their parents had slept into a different room.
Come on, sis. You need to get some sleep. It's getting late.
The ghostly image of her older sister, Octavia, was trying to comfort the young pink filly. They were sleeping in the same bed as her sister hugged her tightly.
I know you're having a hard time, but I'm here. You know I won't let anything happen to you.
The young pink filly began to sob into Octavia's coat. The two of them embraced as the images faded once more. On the bed sat a red tile with a picture of a snake on it. Pinkie wiped away the tear that had begun to form at the edge of her eye. She didn't know why these emotions were welling up inside her. The images were too real not to be sure, but why couldn't she remember them? She carefully placed the red tile in her bag before exiting her room.
Come on! I prepared a party for you and everything!
She still sounded happy, but like she was getting impatient. Pinkie shook her.
Okay, real quick.
Yes?
I'm sorry. It just that whole thing just the image in my mind of just this one little not Pinkie Pie, which is also Pinkie Pie, following the real one around, just like doing the weird reality warping shit that she does.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just imagining like coming out of like it just Pinkie's ignoring her the whole time, being a bitch, and this other little one is just trying to get her attention. Like, I'm sorry. I know it's supposed to be frightening, but that little creature is just adding to the entertainment value.
It'd be like that, though. Let's see. Let me check on the chat before I actually go and continue it a little bit more. Bearwold said, it's fine. It's just that, it's fine. Them and Rainbow Factory broke brains. I wonder if I should include Rainbow Factory as a goal to read. That's something I'll have to put up in there into the chat. Let's see, what else is there? Let's see. You may have to find out what's gonna happen next, Phantom A. I won't say what else. And let's see. Someone died. Someone is about to be unalive because of stupid decisions. Maybe so, Daigino. Maybe so. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Bearwald. I definitely gonna need it. I have a feeling that I may end up giving myself a break after this chapter, just so I can get some more water.
Yes, you might. You've been reading for a while.
Why would you bug me? What did I do to you, Bearwald? Dude!
Drink more, damn it!
No, please do not. Please don't do Rainbow Factory. Okay. If anything, I might have to put up a suggestion tweet for which fanfiction I should read. Okay. I guess we can actually continue from where we can from here. We can get sloshed if you want. Like, you mean, like, I'm gonna do a reading of this while I'm pissed drunk? Is that what's gonna be to make things interesting? I gotta be piss ass drunk to read Rainbow Factory? Because I don't know if people have ever done that before, but But okay, let's continue where we left off from here. That way we can actually finally reach chapter 5 and then reach to the true end chapter. Okay. Pinkie shook her head softly. She had to see what is in the other door now. That Pinkie could wait. She opened the final door on the sides of the hallway, stepping into a room that had its walls painted like the sky. The ground was covered with sand and rocks. It looked like the outsides of the rock farm. So, you're sure this is what you want? Her ghostly father asked once again.
Yeah, it is. I don't think I should stay here anymore.
Her younger self responded softly. I understand, her mother commented, standing next to her father. Just please be careful out there. I know you'll have Octavia with you. Are you sure Are you sure you guys won't be coming? Are you sure you guys won't want to come? I don't know if I'll ever come back either. Octavia said, looking from her younger sister to her parents. I was left with this farm by my father. I can't leave it now. Their father shook his head slowly. This farm was my whole life. Now, this farm is my whole life now. Good and bad memories alike. So I hope you can forgive us for not coming with you. Just please be safe.
Don't worry, Father. I guarantee that nothing shall happen.
We trust you, Octavia. Her mother nodded, tears in her eyes.
The images faded away. A blue tile with a fish on its tail. A blue tile with a fish on it sat in the middle of the room. That was the farm. That was when we left the farm, wasn't it?
Pinkie thought, remembering having left the farm with her parents' approval. But she hadn't remembered what the conversation before they had left. Yet, she was sure it had happened. All of these images were experiences she had when she was younger. Yet, she had forgotten them.
Why would I have forgotten these memories?
She asked herself as she walked over to the blue tile, before placing it in her bag.
There must be a good reason why I have forgotten them. Maybe that other Pinkie knows.
She thought to herself as she exited the room. The other in Pinkie Pie's voice huffed softly.
You're not very fun, Sadie Pie. If I was told I was being thrown of a party, I would just go straight into it.
The voice sounded like her patience was wearing thin. Pinkie walked down to the rest of the length of the hallway, reaching the door at the end of it. She pushed the door open, walking inside.
Oh, there you are. I was afraid you might gotten lost somehow. Which would be weird. How do you even get lost in a straight hallway? I mean, I'm sure there is a way you could have been delayed, but you sure have delayed the party.
The other Pinkie stood in the middle of the room, illuminated by a lantern that hung from the ceiling. The rest of the room was pitch black, except for the circle of light that showed where she was. Pinkie carefully turned off her lantern before storing it back in her bag, then turning to face herself.
Tell me, you know what those images were about, don't you?
She asked as seriously as she could.
What? You made me wait for that? That's not very nice. Well, I'll forgive you. After all, now that you're here, we can have fun together.
She bounced happily.
Please, I want to have as much fun as you do, but I can't enjoy myself until I find some answers.
Pinkie shook her head.
What happened to Ponyville? Why are there monsters? Why am I seeing these images I'm seeing? I want nothing more to go back into throwing parties and hanging out with my friends.
She lowered her head a little.
But I can't. Not so long as these questions are eating me up inside.
The other Pinkie stopped bouncing and just seemed to frown.
Fine. I see how it is.
The other Pinkie turned around.
I guess I'll just have to remove that sadness from you, Sadie Pie.
Pinkie blinked into confusion. She had no idea what the other Pinkie meant, but she hadn't answered any of her burning questions. Her thoughts were stopped as her heart sunk. Her heart could hear the siren going off. The light in the room was dimming, turning into a pitch black slowly.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 No!
She thought, beginning to panic as the light faded completely. She tried to brace herself for anything, The world was changing. She could feel it shifting in her hooves. As the siren began to die out, the lantern began to flicker back into life, re-illuminating the spot the other Pinky was standing. The ground around them had turned into the grime-covered floor, and had appeared for the first time since she heard the siren. The other Pinkie Pie was still standing where she had been. The only difference now was that she was wearing a strange dress with wings. As the other Pinky began to turn around, the phonograph began to come to life with static.
You know,
The other Pinky spoke up.
playing with myself really might be the most fun thing I'll ever have.
She let off a
Oh! I'll have to make it last then. But all good things do come to an end.
Pinky stared at the outfit and beginning to notice the details about it and that she wished she hadn't. The wings on the back, 6 in total, were each of a different color, and they were crudely stitched on. Around her neck was a necklace of multiple unicorn horns dangling around from it. The cloth of her dress was made out to look like patchwork of quilt made of leather. Each square of the dress has a different cutie mark on it.
Oh, do you like my dress?
The other Pinky noticed her gaping stare. The other Pinky angled her body to show it off better.
I'm so glad you liked it. I worked very hard to make it. It wasn't very easy getting everything to be intact. Ponies really like to squirm, you know.
She laughed as gently as playing with one of her wings.
I'm quite proud of how it came out too. But I must admit, I see something I can add to it that'll make it even better.
The lantern grew brighter, illuminating more of the room, revealing a table that had been hiding in the darkness. The other Pinky turned around and walked towards the table. Reaching into the medical bag was placed on the table. From the bag, she pulled out a large, sharp butcher's knife.
Now, be a good pony and hold still, won't you? I don't want to mess up that beautiful cutie mark of yours.
The other Pinky said, as it was a natural thing, before putting the butcher's knife in her mouth. The phonograph began to let out its wailing rings. Pinky's heart felt like it had stopped. She couldn't even comprehend what this other Pinky was saying, but it was very clear that the other Pinky wasn't going to give her a chance. As the other Pinky began to charge full gallop, the other Pinky appeared aiming for her legs.
Oh, bye, keep us gone.
Whoops. Okay. Let's continue. She jumped out of the way as the knife came close to cutting deep into her. She tried to back up from the other Pinky into the darkness when she hit something hard. She looked behind her as following her eyes, the lanterns hanging from the ceiling glowing brighter, revealing the entire room to her. She had run into the dried remains of a pony hanging from the ceiling by a butcher's hook. She jumped away, not wanting to touch it, as her eyes quickly began to see the decorations of the room. She felt her stomach reach to her throat. Ponies' bodies hung from several parts of the rooms. Their bodies dried and caked pools of blood lay underneath them. Skulls decorated the walls, while the furniture was made up of bones and skin. Balloons floated like they were dyed with blood. Streamers and ribbons that had been given the same treatment. Piles of body parts and organs that are laid stacked in the corner of the room. On the table, the medical bag appeared in the darkness, had hid what was a plate adorned with 4 folds surrounding it, with a pile of cupcakes in the center of the plate. Her ears twitched as she heard the galloping hooves jump into the air, and the sound of the blades swung struck at the body that she had run into. Pinkie ran away from the twisted version of herself, panting heavily as she galloped to the other side of the room. She turned around, watching as her other her pulled a knife out of the body.
Sally Pie! This isn't any fun if you keep running!
The other Pinkie said cheerfully, pulling the knife out from the body.
I admire you, though. You have the will to fight. I like that in a pony.
The other Pinkie said everything in that same happy voice. It terrified her, thinking that such things could be said in such a happy tone. That Pinkie had every intention of killing her, and not quickly. It was obvious she wanted to make it a slow, painful process. The other Pinkie was charging again. She could dodge it from a distance, though. She jumped out of the way, avoiding Pinkie. She cried out in searing pain as a searing pain sailed across her right leg. She stumbled away and looked at the other Pinkie, who was giggling, blood dripping from the end of the butcher's knife. The other Pinkie had tilted her head and changed in directions where she had dodged. The knife had cut deeply into her leg. She could feel the blood trickling down her leg. With a painful hoof stomp, the other Pinkie broke into another charge straight at her. She mustered all her strength to jump away again. She let out another painful cry as a gash cut down her back leg, causing her to trip and collapse into the ground. Her leg twitched into the pain, and the gash reached diagonally down the half of her leg. She was severely bleeding now. The other Pinkie was able to maneuver too well for her to dodge. The attacks had all but immobilized her movement now.
I give you an A for the effort, but a C for the execution. That gives you a good round B. I do hope you won't completely give up once you lose your legs, though. I know it'll be tough, but keep on fighting.
The twisted words sounded so cheerful, it sickened Pinkie. She turned her head to watch the other Pinkie pull the knife back on her mouth. She had come up from behind her and was raising her head now. She was going to bring the knife down, bringing it right into her leg. With all of her might, she pulled her back leg in as the other Pinkie began to throw her head down with all her might to chop her leg off. Pinkie bucked her leg with all of her might and into the other Pinkie's jaw. A loud cracking sound through the room as Pinkie felt the body of the other Pinkie flying backwards away from her. She heard a loud thud, followed by the clanging of the knife hitting hard into the ground. She panted in pain, trying not to focus too much of her bleeding legs. She turned her head weakly towards the other direction of the other Pinkie had flown. The other Pinkie groaned, having landed on her back. She rolled over, lying under the ground as her head wobbled. Her mouth was bleeding severely. She coughed and hacked, bits of teeth and chunks of blood flying out. She panted as best as she could as the blood oozing out from her mouth, turning to look at Pinkie that she had attacked. "Knife! Play!" The other Pinkie tried to speak, but she just spluttered out what sounded like nonsense. She looked in pain as she tried to speak. She slowly got wobbly of her hooves. Pinkie slowly got her hooves as well. Putting the weight of her injured legs made her body cry out in pain for relief, but she did her best to silence the cries. The other Pinkie spluttered out more blood as she gripped the butcher's knife as best as she could with her hoof, dragging it along the ground as she began to walk towards Pinkie. Pinkie took a sharp breath of pain as she concentrated on the vile the pink mare before her. The other Pinkie began to pick up pace before she could go into a full run straight for Pinkie. She seems groggy, but determined to bring that knife down into Pinky's flesh. Pinky had aimed her the uninjured half of her body at the other Pinky, bringing her hind hoof up once more. The butcher's knife has raised into the air, sparks flying as it scraped into the ground. The frantic rush of the other Pinky was closing in, ready to strike down. For a moment, everything seems to hold still. Right on the edge of death, two forces that should never met collided. The butcher's knife flew through the air, impaling itself onto the ground. A loud crunching sound broke through the air. Pinky's hind legs had struck, landing with all its might straight into the victim's throat. The other Pinky's eyes shrunk as her windpipe was crushed. Her energy has been matched by the stomping force of the kick. Her body betrayed itself, swinging itself free from the ground. The whole being shifted out under her power to kick it and hitting it to the ground with a hard thud. That Pinky jerked and twitched into the ground as it tried with all its might to get the air from its broken windpipe, only to be filled with blood that poured freely from its neck. She jerked and squirmed as her eyes rolled into the back of her head. It seemed to last for eternity, but the body finally stopped squirming as life escaped it. The only thing that could be heard was the loud panting of Pinky. Her phonograph has gone silent. She stared at the corpse that lay before her. She saw herself dead, killed by her own hoof. She seemed to have gotten numb to the pain that was trying to course through her body. Her mind began to fall into a haze from the amount of blood she was losing on her legs. It seemed insignificant at the moment. All she could do was stare numbly at the lifeless body before her. Nothing else seemed to have even existed in the world. However, her mind finally began to receive the signals her body was sending. She needed medical attention. Her legs became shaky as she finally began to take her first step. She limped, putting little pressure on the injured legs as possible. Over to the medical bag. She carefully pried it open, looking inside. There were many sharp instruments, scalpels, syringes filled with strange liquid, even a saw for cutting bones. However, she saw a roll of gauze bandages. She carefully wrapped it, pulling it out of her bag. She rolled the length of it before carefully but tightly wrapping it around her wounds. She wrapped slowly but surely, wrapping the large cut on her hind leg, then a smaller cut on her front leg. The bandages quickly soaked in blood, but they would seal her wounds for the time being. She placed the remaining gauze inside of her bag, then turned towards the exit. She slowly limped her way back into the grimy hallway, walking past the steel doors. She carefully began to climb up the stairs, her wounds slipping once or twice due to the grime that had grown all over them. The climb was slow. Her body ached with pain and exhaustion, but she made it to the top. She slowly came across the rotting floor of the Sugar Cube corner and headed straight to one of the grime-covered counters. In a dry spot of the counter sat a brown bottle with a label that's called health drink. Pinky's dulled mind pulled the cap off it with her mouth before taking it and drinking the whole thing. The drink tastes like like a mix of bitter herbs and strawberries for flavor. It was a lot like drinking medicine, but her body was grateful to have the liquid inside of her. She placed the empty bottle back down to the counter and slowly trudged to the middle of Sugar Cube corner. She lay down, panting heavily, as the haze of her mind finally came to a stop when she went into an uncomfortable sleep. End of chapter 4. So, How's everyone doing today? Is everyone okay? Ah. Alright, let me look at chat. Oh, it seems everyone is reacting accordingly to what happened in that fight. Let's see. So, did the evil Pinkie Pie, did the evil psychotic Pinkie died? Yep, it did. And yes, it is a well read. It is actually well read. It is quite a read. Let's see. We have been ongoing for 3 hours, and oh man, my mouth is actually really, really It is actually real. It was actually pretty dryish a little bit. Ugh. But we are getting closer into. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I just did that, and ugh. I don't know if Dr. Pepper is actually an A-okay to drink with, and oh, everybody wants me to hydrate. Okay. Ugh. Actually, chat, how about we give ourselves a little bit of a break, okay? I think we may need. I think we may need the appropriate 3 to 5 minute break, so that way I can actually go out of my way to get myself some more water, and get myself use the bathroom real quick, you know, because we have been reading for 3 hours, and oi, we've been through this a lot. But thank you all for actually giving me the drink, and I'm gonna be right back. And hold on, let me put this in my.
Oh, boy, yes. Oh boy. Shit.
am heavy weapons guy. I am giant man. I am immune to diplomat and can transcend time in space. Also, I'm coming for you. I think you now. Rest. Have fun. Ha ha ha.
I'm sure people here heard that. Yeah. It's my little parody of a little thing of a little parody I decided to tease in regards to a possible sexual thing I might do, which involves the heavy being flumpty bumpty. And you can imagine just how much wacky that is. And equally pretty appropriate for the time, considering the holiday of Halloween. Yeah. The idea being, well, I mean, if you played Flumpty Bumpty, yeah, it's heavy as Flumpty Bumpty, this idea I had. And may pursue if people want it. Anyways. You know, back at Froggy.
Alrighty then. There we go. Okay, I'm finally back, guys. How are you guys doing? It took me a while to get back here because I want to feed the animals a little bit before I go and get things back and ready. And added to the fact that I also gotta go and get myself some water. Hold on a second. I will, although I will tell you this though ahead of time, I may have done I may have done goof a little bit when it comes to the Twitch windows, you know, because I actually thought that I accidentally pressed the 1 minute ad when I accidentally pressed the 1 minute ad that's in the that is in the Twitch dashboard. So fair warning ahead of time, you guys. We might end up seeing a 1 minute ad in a few moments. So yeah, this might be painful. There's gonna be a 1 minute ad in a few moments, so bear with me, okay? Just bear with me. In fact, hold on, guys. I'm gonna be right back, real quick. I need to go and actually check something outside. I need to feed the animals outside, so give me another minute, and then we'll get back into more reading, okay? I'll be back in. I'll be right back. Give me another moment. I'm gonna be right back. Just give me about just give me about 3 minutes. Just give me about 3 minutes. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. So let's see. Right now it's start. There we go. No, that's too small. That's too small. There. Okay. Just give me about 5 minutes. I need to go and take care of the animals outside. After all, it is dinner time for them, so I gotta be a bit responsible. So I'll be right back.
Right, the little metal. Would be
Okay. We are now back. I am back. I am now live. Okay. Alright, how's it, everybody? Is everyone doing okay?
Well, I just
Let's see. Oh wait, my earbuds is not switched on. Okay, so let's see. Sorry, I was busy fighting Crimson Grove Lostrax and the event quest of this Crimson Calamity. Oh, that's not so bad, Danny. And let's see. Especially when we're reading. Take all the time you need. How's everyone though? Is everyone doing okay? Hi, honey.
Look who was stealing his food, Rico's food.
Oh shit! I gave her food. Oh. Can you at least feed her, honey?
I already did.
I fed the animals out there. I just.
Not in here?
I guess she came in late then.
Seems like it.
Alright, I'm gonna go and. As you can see, honey, I'm in the middle of doing Silent Ponyville, and we're kind of getting close to the. We're getting close to wrapping this thing up. We're in the second to last chapter of reading this fan fiction.
Okie dokie then. I shall see you later.
Alright.
Love you.
Love you too. Alright. Is everyone ready for a continuation for Silent Ponyville? Morris, what about you?
Yeah, I'm here. I think I'll be alright.
Alright. It's 1:30 a.m. in the morning, Bearwall? Well, dude, you should get some sleep. It's very... I mean, if you're a night owl, then maybe good for you. But on the other hand, dude, you need to get some sleep. Well... Oops, this is the wrong one. That's not, There we go. We just accidentally picked the wrong tab for the job. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh well. No need for that anymore. Oh, you're from France. That's pretty cool. Well, let's at least try to see if we can finish up Silent Ponyville today. Let's begin. Chapter 5. A groan escaped Pinky's lips. That had not been the restful sleep by any stretch of the imagination. She rubbed her throbbing head as she began to stand up. Her body was racked with aches the moment she tried. She laid down and took several deep breaths, her senses being hit with overwhelming stench of decay. She pulled her head away from the ground and coughed as the stench tried to gag her. Her eyes shot open as she tried to look around. However, it was far too dark for her to be able to see anything. She fumbled around in her backpack, reaching in for her lantern before pulling it out and turning it on. The floor she sat on was a mess of rotting wood and grime. The normal pristine floors of the Sugar Cube corner had become one with the outer world now. She lifted up her head and looked around, seeing the walls and furniture were also rotting away. Bodies of ponies hung from the corners of the room. Bad confectionaries were placed in the various counters of the shop. Pinky turned her head away, closing her eyes from the images. She had seen so much of it already. Yet, it wasn't it wasn't any easier to see any of this. She had kind of wished that the waking up would make this thing go away, as if it was just a bad dream. At least I wasn't attacked by a monster, she groaned as she began to stand up on her wobbly feet. She looked down at the blood-soaked bandages that covered her legs. Images of herself attacking assaulted her mind as the events replayed in her images of herself and attacking her assaulted her mind as the events replayed itself. She remembered each cut, then her own hoof, ending the life of herself. A pang of guilt coursed through her. She doesn't want to kill her, but her own self. Sorry, chat. I'm starting to slip a little bit, but I'll keep myself back up. A pang of guilt coursed through her. She hadn't wanted to kill her, but in her state of self-defense, she hadn't given any other option. If only this town hadn't warped everything. If only things went back the way they were.
Wait.
Pinky said as the thought reached her mind. She looked around Sugar Cube Corner once more, before looking down at her feet, viewing the grime-riddled floor.
Sugar Cube Corner didn't look like this when I came in. Which means... Oh no. That siren didn't go off again! I'm still in this... other world!
Pinky began to panic as the realization hit.
No. No. Calm down, Pinky, she said, sitting herself down, taking deep breaths. If you panic, then nothing good will happen. She shook. Stay calm, and just think.
Her heartbeat began to slow down as she managed to rationalize herself.
Okay. First things first, she said as she looked at her legs. I need a change out of these bandages.
She reached into her bag and grabbed the bandages she put in there before. She quickly unwrapped her wounds, inspecting each of them to make sure they were healing properly before reapplying fresh bandages. She used up the last of her gauze, but she felt satisfied with the fresh wrappings.
It'd probably be better if I had some disinfectant, but I gotta work with what I have. So now what?
She asked herself as she reached into her backpack and pulled out her map. She unfurled it to try to see where she would go. She gasped in shock. The map was blank now. The entire map only consists of one word. Nowhere.
Nowhere? Not anywhere?
She asked herself, confused. She pressed against the map, looking for any clue of what happened to the old one. But there were no clues to be had. Letting out a defeated sigh, she placed the map back into her bag.
I guess I should
I am sorry, chat. I'm slipping a little bit. I think reading for this for a long while is starting to affect me a bit. Okay.
I guess I should get a look at my surroundings before I decide to go next.
She softly gulped down in a bit of anxiety. She wasn't sure what to expect outside now that the siren hadn't turned the world back to normal.
Alright. You've been through a lot already, Pinky. You can handle this.
She softly motivated herself as she gripped the lantern in her mouth. Standing up, she headed for the door and softly pushed it open, expecting a blast of cold air. Walking out to the store, she found that all of Ponyville had succumbed to the other world. The entire street was paved with rotting floor, littered with holes that showed the metal framing that held it together above the dark, bottomless pit. The houses had mutated into decrepit, rust-colored shacks that were falling apart from the seams. The fog still only illuminated part of the town, but was now black as the sky. The only light that penetrated the area, that which came from her lantern. She carefully looked around before stepping down to the front steps of the shop. She didn't have any idea where she would head first. The other version of herself hadn't dropped any clues, and she didn't want to go back to find it. Suddenly, a loud thud hit her ears as the ground shook slightly. She looked at the ground carefully as another tremor passed through it, a few pebbles shaking at her hooves. Pinky's heart began to race. She had no idea what this meant, but it couldn't be anything good. She looked around her corner and tried to find the source of the rumbling. Came the groan of a monster Pinky had become familiar with. She quickly turned her head to that direction as the phonograph began to pick up the sound of static. Coming slowly out of the darkness was a groaner, hobbling its way towards her.
There's no way he's the source.
The thoughts ran into Pinky's head for a moment, when suddenly she was deafened by the loud roar cutting through the fog of the air. The rumbling picked up its speed, as if its source was now running. Pinky took a few steps away from the groaner, not sure what she would do. The groaner groaned as it tried to move faster. Pinky couldn't help but notice, as if it looked as it was trying to escape. But escape from what? The groaner let out a final cry of pain. As from the darkness, a massive mouth appeared, biting into the creature, taking it in one bite. It swiveled its head back up before chomping the groaner into a single bite. Pinky stared in shock at the giant monster before her. It had a single body, a large mouth at its front, with no eyes. Its skin is curved and pink, running straight at its back. Large muscular legs held its entire frame up. It was as if somebody has taken a head of a pony and neck and put a giant mouth on its head. It stood as tall as the dragon. It let out another roar that knocked Pinky back to her senses. It had finished its meal, and it was looking for a next one. Pinky turned on her heels and ran with all of her might. The creature let out a roar as it began to chase. Every stomp of its legs shook the ground under her hooves. Her heart was pounding as she was trying her best to run. She constantly felt her hooves about to slip from the shaking ground as she panted like crazy, rushing air into her lungs. She felt and heard a massive thud behind her. She looked over her shoulder and saw the creature had tried to bite down on her. Its head crashing into the floor, it quickly wiped its head back and letting out a pained roar as it began to running again. She watched it run, its slow thudding feet doing its best to keep up at her. However, it was slower than her, and she knew it. This thing wasn't nearly as fast as the last thing that chased her before. Confidence built up inside of her. She turned to face the road ahead of her. She made a quick turn, noticing a path before her. She ran quickly, looking behind her, and saw the creature running straight into the buildings, letting out another pained roar.
I can do this! I can outrun this thing!
She thought to herself as she felt her confidence skyrocket. She didn't know what it was, but she could outrun it. She looked ahead of her and saw the rotting town pass by her with every footstep.
Where should I outrun it to?
She asked herself, not sure of an answer. She heard it let out another roar as the tremors under her legs began once again. It was coming after her again, but it didn't seem too bright. It was a thing to be feared. It could eat her if she wasn't careful, but she could get away from it. Quickly, she made a turn to another bend, increasing her distance from the creature. Her attention was caught by what she saw in the distance. It looked as if a giant gate of metal of bars has been erected in the middle of the world, cutting off one half of the world and the other from the other. As she ran towards it, she could feel it stretch. She could tell it stretch up to the sky, but could not see where it ended. She looked behind her. The pink monster was starting to catch up to her as it meshed its jaw and roared for her blood. She looked back to the gate, seeing a normal-sized door open to it to let her through. She kicked herself into high gear and charged straight toward the door. She slipped through it with ease and quickly slammed it shut behind her. She stared through the metal bars and saw the creature running straight out of the gate. She panted as she watched it charge it with all its might to the straight forward. It crashed loudly against the gate, letting out a wild roar that came to an abrupt stop. The gate was strong enough to hold it back. It let out another roar as it stepped backwards, running straight at it into the gate again. The bars bent slightly, but held strong. Pinky stood there amazed, watching the creature fight with all its strength to break through the bars, roaring and hollering as it slammed through its head repeatedly against the bars. A loud cracking sound echoed through the area as the creature stopped its thrashing. It let out a grunt as it tried to figure out what that sound meant, before it crashing its head once more into the gate. The loud cracks sounded again, and this large creature found its hind leg through the floor, beginning to let out its frantic roars as it thrashed around, trying to get its foot free. The ground below it cracked and gave way, the creature roaring as it clawed to the metal gate for support. Its giant form soon fell through the ground, its loud roars disappearing into the dark sky as it fell into the bottomless pit. Pinky slowly walked towards the area the monster crashed into the gate, peeking her head down towards the bottomless pit. The creature had fallen. It was nowhere seen or heard anymore. The ground had stood on to crumble away, spreading out towards the town. The whole town would slowly fall into the bottomless pit as well, as if the only place left in the town was the area behind the metal gate. Pinky stared at the crumbling town, in shock that it was truly crumbling away, and yet it almost made her a little happy. The place that had caused her so much torment was slowly vanishing before her eyes. It had left her stranded there, but it was going away. She turned her back to the crumbling town, and to get a look at where she currently was, before letting out another surprised gasp. She hadn't noticed what was actually behind the gate, since she was too focused on running. The dirt before her was littered with rocks of all sizes, spreading as far as she could see. The center of the rocks was a wooden house, small but quaint, with a moderate windmill. It was the farm, the place she had lived and grown when she was a foal.
The farm? It's not supposed to be this close to Ponyville,
she thought as she began to run towards it. Its familiarity and comfort was calling for her. The image of a ghost-like filly appeared before the front door as she ran closer to the house. The little filly ran forward, going through the door to the house. Pinky had to follow it. She quickly reached the front door of the opening and went inside. In the living room was a ghostly image of her younger sister. Bellamina stood there, looking at her.
Bellamina!
She called out, dropping the lantern from her mouth. It hit the ground with a clang, rolling over to the young ghost filly, who stopped it with her hoof.
I'm surprised you made it all the way here, Pinkamina.
Bellamina sat the lantern right side up.
I guess I was wrong. I guess you can handle the truth. Bellamina, you're...
Pinky started, but stopped herself as she looked at her sister.
You're not really here, are you?
She said, her cheerfulness dipping as she could see through the ghostly image of her sister.
You'll see the truth. You'll see the truth here.
Bellamina turned and pointed directly Pinky to the stairs to the upper floor.
This house is your last safe haven, though. After this, there is no turning back.
Her younger sister said ominously.
What do you mean?
Goodbye, sis. Bellamina's last words echoed as her image faded from the living room. Pinky could only stare at where her sister had stood. Not sure what to make what she saw. She felt a pang of sadness, and yet a bit of comfort as well. It was short, it was brief, and it didn't last long, as she wished she could have, but she had talked to her sister. Hold on a second, chat. She walked over to the lantern and picked it up once more with her mouth. She couldn't stop here now. Her sister's last words gave her a boost of strength, a boost that she could use to see this through. She looked at the stairs where her sister had pointed to. They lead to the bedrooms of the second floor.
The truth. I guess it's finally time to find out what that is.
She thought to herself as she took the careful steps up to her destiny. Before we actually continue, how's everyone doing so far? Do you actually like that bit from the story?
Seems alright. Just take it in.
Oh man. We have been going on to this for 3 hours and 36 minutes now.
Good.
Yeah, I'm good. It's just that I'm stretching. It's been a while since we're here. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. I guess we can try to continue a little bit more. Oh wow, Bearwold, you're still there. It should be. Oh man, you okay over there, Bearwold? It's very late over there. I think I'm following a bit. Okay, that's good at least. Thank you for the hydrate. I think I really needed that because we're getting to the truth that is Pinky's story for at least Silent Ponyville standards. Well, let us begin. At the top of the stairs, she was met by a wooden door. She carefully pushed it open, revealing a hallway. On the sides of the hall were 4 square holes with writings below them. At the end of the hallway was another wooden door. She stepped into the hallway when suddenly the wooden door snapped closed behind her. She quickly looked at the door, trying the handle, only to find it locked. She let out a soft sigh and turned back to the hallway before almost jumping out of her skin again. The slender pony stood there at the end of the hallway, right outside of the door to the other side. Her heart started beating in her throat as she stepped back against the door that locked her behind. That was locked close behind her. However, the slender pony turned around and seemed to face through the last door, as if telling her he is waiting for her on the other side. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her beating heart. The very sight of the creature was instilling fear into her. She shook her head and calmed down.
My sister said that the truth was here. I have to have faith in her.
Pinky carefully got back on her hooves. Stepping forward slowly, she said
I was ready for it. I've managed to come through this far and hell and back. I can handle this.
She took a deep breath and turned to the first hole in the wall, reading the words written in it under eyes gleam forward, eyes gleamed over. It stalks before striking, its tail wagging in anticipation. Pinky thought of it over in her head. The square-shaped hole was just the right size for her to place one of the tiles she had gotten in the sugar cube corner. She assumed the riddle was meant to be one of them for the slot. She carefully looked into the inside of the bag and went over the selection that she had: a bird, a snake, a cat, and a fish.
The riddle is referring to a cat tile, doesn't it?
She asked herself, thinking over the clue. She carefully grabbed the tile and placed it gently into the hole in the wall. The tile began to glow white, spreading out from the hole as it was. Pinky took a step back as she watched the plate spread into the area the size of a door before her. The light soon faded, revealing a door in its place. She carefully opened the door, looking inside. It was a single room, almost like a closet. 4 solid walls with no description to them. Yet, she felt compelled to go inside. She walked into the dark room, closing the door behind her. Suddenly, the flame of her lantern went out on its own. As she tried to reach out to relight it, and the room suddenly was filled with light. Projected on the walls were images. Pinky instantly recognized them as memories.
I don't know, Pink and Mina. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Bellamina asked as she was walking with her bouncing older sister towards the edge of the rock farm.
Of course it is,
Pinky said happily as she led her younger sister.
It's a super special party! I tried to invite Mother, Father, and Octavia, but they were all too busy. So that means you get to enjoy it with me. Well, I do like your parties.
Bellamina smiled, but it was true that she did. The two of them reached the edge of the forest.
We're here!
Pinkamena called out happily.
Who are you talking to?
Bellamina asked, confused.
Why the party host, of course!
Bellamina looked confused, but the confusion didn't last long. From the forest walked out a tall colt. His coat was pale and dull gray. His mane was unkempt and was curled into a mess of brown. He didn't look like he had a good bath in at least a week. And most odd of all was that his cutie mark was that of 3 dark red balloons. Oh, hello, Pinkamena. I see you brought a friend, the old colt said with a smile. His voice sent shivers down Bellamina's back.
See? He's the party host! He's gonna throw us a super duper wonderful fantastic party!
Pinky bounced over to his side and pointed to his cutie mark.
And see? We both have a similar cutie mark! That means he's gonna throw us the best party!
Pinkamena was very excited. Oh, of course! I've always thrown the best parties. The colt let out a soft, deep chuckle.
Really?
Bellamina asked, a little unsure. But if her sister believed in this guy, then she must be alright. Besides, they were going to have a great party, and parties were always fun. Come on, the party is this way. The colt smiled as he turned and walked back into the forest.
Yeah, party time!
Pinky bounced happily after the colt. Bellamina followed slowly after the two. The flame of the lantern flickered back to life. The images faded from the walls. Pinky stared at the walls and had shown the images that she had long since forced herself to forget about. She didn't like where this is going. Back then, she was too ignorant to realize the cult was giving off a bad vibe. She was too focused on parties. She gulped heavily and she opened up the door back up and re-entered the hallway. She looked at the hole before her, with a text written under. Sleek and smooth, striking at its prey. Its tail let it move. The image of a snake came to her mind. A bad feeling ran through her as she carefully pulled out the tile of the snake, placing it carefully into the slot. The light turned into the area into the door, just like the previous one had. She hesitantly walked into the room, trying to prepare herself for whatever she was about to witness. The light of her lantern faded away. Okay, hold on a second. I need to take a pause. I need to turn on the lights. Oh, no. Okay. Alright. Okay, 10 to 2, and yeah, I'm good. I'm unemployed, so I'll have time to sleep later. Okay, my guy, whatever floats your boat, but I hope you're prepared for what you're going to hear next. Because this is not anywhere good. Ugh. Let's begin.
What are you doing to my sister?
The young Pinky Mina cried from behind the bars of a steel cage. The cold had locked her inside under the guise they were playing pin the tail on the pony. Oh, don't look so sad, little filly, the cold said with a dazed over smile. Pinky Mina looked into his eyes and saw nothing. It was as if the cold truly had no soul. I'm just about to play one of the most wonderful games with your sister.
She doesn't look like she was having fun!
Pinky Mina cried out, looking at her sister who was strapped down to the table. She was frantic, trying to pry herself free from her bonds. The strap was too tight. She could do little more than twitch various parts of her body. He knew what he was doing. Oh, she may not look like it right now, but I've played this game with lots of ponies before. Just look around you. I've made many friends over the years. A wry smile came from his face before he turned back to his sister. Pinky Mina looked around the room. It was the first time she had paid attention to it. Suddenly, the horrifying stench of the room was obvious. It was coming from the various states of decay from the ponies that are adorned in the room. Most of them were young fillies with little more than their heads remaining as decorations. The cold had dressed up the room for a party, using skin and bones of the ponies he had killed.
No! No, stop! Please! Please!
Boy.
Came the hysterical cries from her sister. Pinky Mina's attention instantly snapped back to what's happening before her. That's right. Make the noise. It's what I long for. The colt laughed as the Pinky Mina watched as he carefully placed a scalpel against her skin. With precision, he began to cut away at her. The screams of her younger sister echoed across the room, around the room as the image faded. The flame came to life, illuminating the dark room once more. Tears streamed down to Pinky's face like they've never felt before. She sobbed to herself as she remembered the horrific images of her sister being dissected alive by the cult. She had tossed the memory aside a long time ago, a memory that had been too horrific for her to want to remember. Her precious sister had become nothing more than a plaything for that cult. She hiccuped and gasped for breath between her sobs. She has 2 more tiles to go. She had more memories to remember. She had to remember everything what happened for the sake of her sister. It took her a long time to leave that room. Hold on. Very quietly closing the door behind her. She had to see everything first. See if that before she could do anything. She very quietly walked to the next section of the wall and read the text below the square hole. Soft to the touch, it soars over its fears. Its tail stabilizes. Pinky quickly took the tile with a bird on it and placed it into the hole. The door appeared just like it had with the others. She walked inside it, staring at the walls as the light once again faded from her lantern. Oh, come now, you must eat. There's no point of letting you go, just letting yourself go hungry. The colt chuckled to himself with his cold, harsh, cutting laugh. Pinky Amanda had curled up in the back of the cage, having cried her heart out. All that remained of her sister now was the lifeless upper half that still was strapped down to the table. She hadn't seen what he had done with the rest of her after he finished. Here, I even made you this special treat, he said, opening a small hole to the cage, pushing a plate with a cupcake on it. Pinky Amanda didn't want this treat. Nothing made by this cruel cult would truly be worth eating. Her stomach let out a growl. She hadn't eaten since breakfast and had been hoping to stuff her face with a feast from the party. See? You're hungry. You should eat. Pinky Amanda's body defied her mind, as it slowly got up and walked over to the cupcake. She sniffed at the cupcake carefully, but it was hard to smell anything past the stench of decay in the room. She then, very carefully, licked the frosting off that lay on top of the cupcake. The sweet, sugary taste hit her tongue, almost in defiance of what her mind was telling her. Her mind screamed that something was wrong. She carefully opened her mouth and took a bite of the cupcake. Good. I'm so glad you're eating. It would be a shame if your sister went to waste. The flavor of the cupcake hit Pinky Amanda's senses like a brick. It wasn't sweet or sugary. It wasn't a sweet or sugary cupcake. It was salty and chewy, almost as if the main ingredient had been. The cult laughed as he watched the expressions of the young filly's face distort. Pinky Amanda's vomit, rushing back to the back of the cage where she coughed and sputtered, trying to get the vile taste from her mouth. The imposing laugh of the cult hit her ears, causing tears to return. A loud crash was heard from the top of the staircase leading to the basement. The cult looked up in surprise, his eyes widening. He suddenly tried to open up the cage like a mad beast, as if he absolutely has to reach into Pinky Amanda. He managed to open it as he began to reach his Fuffenstein, when he suddenly was tackled by another large figure. There was a loud yelling, as if there was a fight going on. Another large figure appeared before the cage, reaching to try and grab Pinky Amanda.
No! No!
Pinky Amanda cried as she tried to resist the figure pulling her out from the cage. It's okay. Don't be afraid. That evil cult can't hurt you anymore. The voice came from the figure. Was comforting, reassuring. It was nothing like that of the cults. Pinky Amanda looked up fearfully at the figure as it pulled her out from the cage, holding her in one of his legs. The cult had a white coat with striking red hair. He wore a blue uniform adorned with a blue hat. It's okay. We're the good guys. We've come to take you home, he said with a smile as he moved quickly to get her out of the basement.
I was rescued,
she said, remembering the light came back.
But it had been too late. They didn't make it in time to save my sister. And that vile treat.
Even the thought of the cupcake was making her stomach turn.
It was so hard to believe that any pony could be that cruel.
She walked back into the hallway as thoughts continued to bounce through her head.
Those words I spoke in another memory make sense now. After eating that, I really didn't feel like ever eating again.
She looked up at the last hole in the wall. The words underneath it read, "A slick texture, its sustenance for most, its tails propels it forward." Pinky carefully pulled out the last tile, the picture of the fish on it, and placed it in the hole. She carefully wiped away the tears forming in her eyes as the door opened. She carefully walked through, seeing what's left of the hidden memories had to offer. Pinky Manna sobbed into Octavia's coat. The older sister had been doing her best to comfort her younger sister, but no matter what she tried, she couldn't get the filly to sleep. Pinky Manna had barely eaten. She refused to sleep, and she was constantly sobbing. Octavia had no idea what it was that her sister had seen. All she knew is that Bellamina was dead. The fact alone seemed to have Pinky Manna jumping at the shadows.
Oh, I hear crying.
Came a very soft, soothing voice.
Grammy Pie.
Octavia said, surprised, looking up to see their grandmother walking into the dark room, carrying a lantern.
Grammy?
Pinky Manna sniffled as she saw her grandmother.
It's me, child.
She smiled warmly as she walked closer.
Yes?
Jesus, honey, I'm in the middle of reading.
I know, I was trying to spook you.
Sorry. Oh boy.
I did it, Zolan.
Of course you would.
Okay, that's fair.
My boyfriend, everybody, who just spooked me who just spooked me after he just had a shower.
Oh, yeah. Are you complaining?
No, but I was in the middle of a tender moment when you spooked me.
I thought you were doing like a whole bit where it's about to get creepy.
Nah.
Ah, damn it, I mistimed it.
Yep.
Shit. So I'll do this instead.
Nah. I think I might need your help a little later.
Okay, why?
I need a back massage after sitting up for doing reading for the past near 4 hours.
Or you have not gotten up and stretched.
I did stretch. It's just that, you know.
Okay, just be prepared for some popping.
Okay. My boyfriend, everybody. Okay, where was I? Oh, let me take a little swig before I actually continue more because my mouth is now dry again. Okay.
Oh boy.
Hmm.
Funny thing.
Huh?
In automation in this game that I've been playing, I've just came up with an engine with a horsepower rating equal to its cubic inches.
Oh,
302 Deluxe.
that's not so bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Thank you for the redeems, Phantom 8. I need a stretch, and I just hydrate, so thank you for the hydrate still, though. And let me stretch. Oh, wow. I felt that. Okay. That should be enough stretching.
Grammy?
Pinky Manna sniffed as she saw her grandmother.
It's me, child.
She smiled warmly as she walked closer, placed the lantern on the nightstand, then nuzzling the crying filly.
What troubles you?
The sound of her gentle voice seemed to soothe something deep in the filly's soul. Pinky Manna's sobs slowly turned to sniffles as she's composing herself enough to let her speak to her grandmother.
Bellamita's dead, Grammy.
Pinky Manna choked a little.
Yes, I know, dear.
It's a fact we all must deal with now. Granny said somberly. We all have done our we have all done our sorry, chat. Let me retry that again. We all have done our share. We have all Okay. We all have done our share of mourning, and we shall forever mourn for her loss. But your tears seem to hide something more, my child. They seem to hide something more than just your loss. Pinky Mina rubbed her eyes as she sniffled, looking away from her grandmother, burying her head in Octavia's coat.
I'm never throwing another party as long as I live.
Oh, child, why would you say such a thing? You know we love your parties, and you love to throw them, Grammy Pie said, surprised at the sudden words from her granddaughter.
My party? God no, I'm being killed.
She sobbed the words into Octavia's coat. Octavia did her best to try to comfort the filly. Their grandmother looked a little sad, but closed her eyes as she seemed to understand.
My dear Pinkamena, if nothing else, you should continue to throw your parties.
Huh? Pinkamena and Octavia said in unison, but as they both turned to look at their grandmother.
You see, Pinkamena, your sister loved your parties. She truly had fun at them.
Sometimes that's all she could ever talk to me about
Sometimes all she could talk about with me was how much fun she had with your last party.
Grammy chuckled softly to herself as she remembered.
Which is why I'm telling you, continue to throw your parties, child, in honor and memory of your sister. Your sister will not want you to live the rest of your life being afraid and crying. She'd want you to be smiling for the rest of your days.
Grammy's Pie's smile was warm as the words she spoke were the truth.
But
Pinkamena sniffled as she tried to comprehend her grandmother's words, being the only filly that she was.
But the world is so scary, Grammy. How can I have a smile in it?
Simple, my child. You have to laugh your fears away.
Laugh?
It was a lesson she remembered often from her childhood. Her grandmother would often visit her and teach her how to laugh at her fears, stand up to the shadows at the idea of monsters to laugh her fears away. She could face anything in the world had thrown at her, so long as she and her had the inner strength to laugh when the day is over. She had forgotten why her grandmother had repeated the lessons so often to her. In her memories before her, she had just thought it was because she had been afraid of the dark and as a filly. She knew now it is because of something much deeper. A small smile crept into her face as she remembered all those memories she had forgotten. The good memories, the bad memories, the ugly ones, the beautiful ones. She had locked them away to keep herself happy, to try to keep Bellamina's wishes true. She hadn't been ready to accept the memories into her heart as a fact. She carefully left the last of the rooms that contained the memories. She could feel the slow, rhythmic beats of her heart resonating loudly through her, a smile on her face as she remembered her sister fondly.
So, there's just one last thing to do then,
she said, as she looked to the door at the end of the hallway. She slowly walked towards it, the resolution holding firm in her heart. She knew what she had to do. She opened the door, stepping out. Outside the door, She saw 4 torches lit around an open arena. A pathway was lit for her leading it to it. A fence was placed among the path and an arena so she couldn't go anywhere else. She put the lantern away and she walked towards the center of the arena. She could feel the small tremors shaking through the world as she walked. As she reached one side of the arena, from the ground of the opposite side, the slender pony emerged from the ground. He stood tall over her, his presence still bearing down. But she wasn't afraid this time.
I finally understand now,
Pinky said softly, shaking her head slowly before looking at the slender pony with a smile.
My fear of your presence, your stature over me, your very existence. You're the cult, aren't you? Well, you're not exactly him, but you're my image of him. Which means I'm not afraid of you anymore.
The slender pony began to walk towards her. Every step seems to echo across the arena. Pinky opened her eyes as she watched the pony walk towards her. Her mouth began to quiver as she saw him getting closer. She could feel the haze beginning to hit her mind, the phonograph letting out its static. She stood firm where she was, remembering fondly of the words of her grandmother, the memories of her younger sister, of her friends back in Ponyville, of the fun she had throughout her life thanks to the help of everyone she had ever known gave her. All of them helped her live a life she could always be proud of. The slender pony stood a few feet away from her, but the haze on her mind began to fade. Her quivering mouth puckered for a moment before a soft sound came from it. It started off low as it gained a footing inside Pinky. The confidence grew within her as each sound that came out of her. The haze lifting, the static of the phonograph becoming more quiet. She was laughing. She was laughing at the fear of this pony. No, that this whole town had brought her, just so she could become strong enough to face her fears. She laughed, she giggled, she snortled, and she chuckled. It felt like it's been a lifetime she had let out a laugh. She had let out so many tears that had pent up for years, so many pains and torments that had kept inside. For the first time in a long, long while, she laughed with all of her heart. A bright light shone from her neck as a golden necklace with a blue balloon gem appeared. Her laughter continued as the light from the necklace made the slender pony jump back, letting out a shrill cry as it seemed to have hurt him. The entire arena began to shake with a gigantic tremor as it began to fall apart. All the scenery around her began to fall into the bottomless pit as that lay beneath them. The entirety of the world that crumbled and shattered around them. The slender pony let out another painful roar as he dissolved back into the ground, disappearing from Pinky's sight. She calmed her laughing, enough so that she could speak.
I won't forget you, Mr. Colt. And I don't think I could ever truly forgive you for what you did. But I can move on now.
She closed her eyes as she smiled brightly. The golden necklace around her neck shined brightly as it shot a beam of light forward, hitting the air before it formed a door of light. The necklace then vanished, to wait for the next time it will be needed.
It's time to head home. For real this time.
Pinky smiled happily as she walked through the door of the light, the last of the world crumbling away behind her. End of Chapter 5. So, is everyone ready for facing the ending of the story? How's everyone been doing? Is everyone catching up? Has everyone been catching up from the this fanfic? Okay, let me just get myself a little bit of a swig of water. What's on your mind, Van? Yes, yeah. Let's put an end to this. Oh, I couldn't ask for it, but couldn't agree anymore. I could. How about you, Morris? Are you ready to see the ending of the story?
I suppose.
Wow, we are now down to 4, but that's okay. At least this will be recorded into the VODs, and everyone can actually take a look at this by the time it's finally finished. But let's do this. Let's finally finish Silent Ponyville. Twilight pulled her head back, rubbing her forehead as she groaned. The spell was taxing. Not to mention she had held it for 5 minutes. The spell was taxing. Not to mention she had held it for minutes already. She shook her head before looking at her pink friend. Pinky still had her eyes closed. Pinky, you alright? Twilight asked, not sure if she had been released from the effects of the spell yet. It took a moment, but soon Pinky's eyes slowly opened. You okay? It wasn't too much, was it? Twilight asked, a little worried about her friend. Pinky simply blinked, before smiling and lowering her head to closing her eyes. Twilight blinked a little confused from this behavior. Thank you, Twilight, were the first words to leave Pinky's mouth. Oh, did it work? Twilight asked, softly smiling. It did, and I thank you so much for helping me, Pinky said, lifting her head, letting Twilight see the smile on Pinky's face. If you hadn't helped me, who knows what would happen? I mean, I probably would have been driven insane. She twirled her eyes in example, then chuckling to herself. But I won't now. And it's all thanks to you. Oh, well, I was doing it to help a friend in need. Twilight said, smiling, accepting the compliments in their usual manner. This had been a crazy experience. So I hope I'm not prying, but you know what's causing those nightmares now? Twilight asked curiously. I do, Pinky said, but shifted her head a little. But I'll tell you about it later, I promise. Right now, I have a few things I need to take care of. I hope you don't mind. Of course. I'm just happy I was able to help. Twilight smiled. Pinky smiled back as she headed towards Twilight's door. A thought struck her as she stopped. Oh, hey, Twilight. Before I go, I need 2 favors, Pinky said happily. Sure. What do you need? Well, first I'll need you to cast the cloud walking spell for me. And second, do you have any red ribbon with you? Rainbow Dash was getting in a good afternoon nap in her home when she was awoken by several knocks on her door. What? She said as she stirred from her sleep. Her ears wiggled as she heard the door being knocked. Yeah. Hold on to your horseshoes. I'm coming. She yawned, stretching as she woke up. She walked over to the door, opening it, and opened up. Almost immediately, she was assaulted by a pink blur that proceeds to hug her, knocking her over onto her back. What the? She said in surprise before realized that her assaulter was Pinkie Pie. Oh, Pinkie Pie? Rainbow Dash said, sitting up slowly. What's the deal? What's the idea? You know it's my nap time. I know, and
I'm sorry for waking you. Pinky smiled. Lot's happened to me, and I really had to see you.
Well, that's alright then. I certainly can't abandon a friend in need, Rainbow Dash said, brushing her hair up with her hoof. What's on your mind, Pinks?
It's a really long story, Dash. A long and, well, a rather sad one,
Pinky said, with a hint of melancholy in her voice.
And I'm willing to tell you, but I hope you don't mind if I keep you waiting a little while longer to hear the story.
Pinky ran a hoof through her hair.
I still have things I need to deal with before I'm ready to tell the other ponies about it.
Sad story? That's not like you, Pinky. You're always about being the upbeat and fun and having a good time. What could be so sad about something recently happened to you? Rainbow asked with a little curiously about her friend. Pinky giggled, smiling at Dash.
You'll know when you hear it. Just trust me for a moment. After all, I came here to hang out with you for a while, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course not. Of course not. A visit from my gal pal is always welcome. Rainbow smiled as she flew over to another part of her house. Would you like some snacks? I got some fresh apples from Applejack. They're really good.
That sounds delightful,
Pinky said as walking further into Rainbow's house. Rainbow Dash returned with the apples as the two sharing the snack together. They talked, they laughed, they reminisced about some of the adventures they'd been on since Twilight had arrived town. Twilight thought it would be Rainbow thought it'd be a little weird that Pinky was being so sentimental, but she figured she must have a good reason. They spent a good few hours just hanging out in their home. So, Pinky, Rainbow said as they had finished their conversation about the possible pranks they could pull in the future. What's with the red ribbon in your hair? Rainbow asked curiously. Pinky turned her head to look at the red ribbon that she had tied into a bow of her mane. She smiled softly before looking at Rainbow Dash.
Well, let's just say it helps me remember what dear friends I really have.
I didn't know you need a ribbon for that. After all, we're all here. Rainbow smiled, putting a hoof to her chest.
I know, but I did need the reminder.
She gently nuzzled her hair with the ribbon attached to it. She then smiled softly before looking up at Rainbow Dash.
Dash, I'm going away for a while,
Pinky announced to her. Huh? Rainbow Dash almost spitting out the apple juice that she has been sipping on. Going away? But why?
I've got some things I need to take care of,
Pinky said, looking away from Rainbow Dash, though still smiling.
I'm gonna go see my sister Octavia.
Well, we could go with you, you know. You don't have to go alone.
I know, but this is something I have to do by myself.
She chuckled as she gently batted her straight hair with her hoof.
Especially since I want this to be poofy again.
You sure this is what you need?
It is.
Pinky smiled, looking at Rainbow Dash. Dash looked conflicted. She certainly didn't want Pinky to go away, but she also had to support her friend. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Rainbow said as he put a strong face and gently hitting Pinky's shoulder. Besides, you'll be coming back, right?
Of course I will. I could never abandon you and the girls here in Ponyville. You're my bestest friends ever. I can't think of what would life be like without you all.
Pinky explained happily. Well, then go ahead. We'll see you off, of course. Though things might be mighty quiet without you around.
I know. I bring so many smiles here, which is why I could never stay away for long.
Pinky chuckled again. Classical music filled the halls The small group of ponies played to the stage of the crowd. Their instruments were finely tuned. They never missed a beat or a chord as they played their perfect harmony. The very soul of their music resonated through the halls and the hearts of all the ponies attended. The final chords were played in the auditorium and was filled with the applause they took for their bows. The curtains came to a close of the stage as the band members began to pack up their instruments. That was probably the best performance yet, Beauty Brass said as she put her sousaphone away in its case. I don't know. I still feel like we could do better, Frederick said as his piano was pushed off to the side. I say we should add in some Beethoven's earlier work. His later work is magnificent, but it still doesn't compare to the wonderment of his earlier work provided, Harpo said as his heart was carted off. We all sounded fantastic, guys. Don't worry about it too much. Octavia chuckled at her fellow bandmates. It was a great performance. Now that we got a well-deserved night for rest. Octavia smiled as she placed the contrabass into its container. She pulled the strap over her shoulders, placing the instrument on her back. She always refused help with putting her beloved instrument away.
Hey, you're not supposed to be here.
The band-haired security guard said loudly. They turned their heads to see who he was yelling.
I know, but my sister is in the band and I really need to talk to her.
Pinky begged at the security guard.
We didn't hear anything about a band member's getting family visit today.
The security guard said, grabbing Pinky by the leg.
Hey, I'm not lying,
Pinky said, trying to let her go. It's okay, sir. She's with me. It's okay, sir, Octavia said, walking up to the guard. She's my sister, though she did come rather unannounced, Octavia said, looking at Pinky curiously, before noticing her hair was straight, something she hadn't seen in a long time now.
Well, all right. If the band says you're okay, then you are. Just don't come in unannounced next time.
The security guard huffed before walking off.
Hey, do you need some time to yourself?
Beauty asked as she walked up to Octavia. Yes. Sorry, guys. Go up ahead and do your things. I'll see you back at the hotel later. Octavia smiled. Beauty Brass understood and walked up to the rest of the band.
Sorry, sis. I shouldn't have given you some more warning. Then again, I didn't really even know Then again, even I didn't really know what I was going to be setting off till I basically did. I could have written.
Pinky chuckled. Yeah, that would have been nice. Octavia chuckled back. At least he didn't interrupt my performance in the gala this time. Pinky blushed while smiling. We were still remembering the gala. Come now, let's go have some dinner and we can talk. Pinky dined on the fresh daisy salad, while Octavia enjoyed a French daffodil soup. So, Pinky, Octavia started as she finished taking a sip of her soup. Why the sudden visit? I assume it has something to do with something that's been bugging you.
I can't hide anything from you, can't I, sis?
Pinky smiled as she took another bite of her salad. Not really. Your hair doesn't go down unless you're upset about something. Octavia said. Her eyes wandered down to the ribbon in Pinky's hair. The ribbon is new, though.
Yeah. Well, the two topics are related,
Pinky said, before giving a soft sigh as she smiled.
I know I'm about to ask a lot from you, Octavia. What with you and your tour and all. It's been so long since either of us brought this up.
Octavia ate another spoonful of soup as she watched her sister curiously, not sure what to expect.
But I'd like the two of us to go visit Billamina's grave.
Octavia nearly dropped the spoon from her mouth.
She quickly swallowed the contents in her contents. This is rather sudden, Pinky, Octavia said, surprised that her sister would bring it up. If that's what you really want. Our next concert isn't until next week in Hoovington. So if we left now, we could make it to the farm with enough time for me to get back.
Oh, thank you, sis.
Pinky said happily.
You really are the best sister in the world.
Sure. I'll do this so long as you tell me what's going on. Octavia smiled.
Deal.
The wind blew across the rocky field as the two sisters stood before the younger sister's grave. It was a hoof-carved rock maker, carefully crafted to look like their younger sister, sitting with a smile. She sat on top of a slab that read, "Here lies Bellamina Marie Pye, a beloved daughter, a wonderful sister, and an angel in filly form." That's really quite a story, Pinky, Octavia said, looking at her sister, then back to her sister's grave. But it's good to hear that you've forgiven yourself for what happened. Octavia smiled.
Yeah, I'm glad I did too. But I couldn't say it was official till I at least came here again,
Pinky said as she gently placed the roses that she had picked up onto her sister's grave.
I'd forgotten about her because I didn't want to remember. And that's a terrible thing from an older sister to do. So from now on, I promise to visit her once a year.
You know what? If you're going to do that, then I'll join you. Octavia smiled. I've been too focused on my work lately. I haven't been giving our sister the proper time this year.
Thank you,
Pinky said, nuzzling against Octavia. You're my sister. I'll always be here for you if you need me, sis. Octavia nuzzled her sister back, smiling happily. The sisters shared their happy embrace. Octavia! Pinkymina! Dinner's ready! Their mother called out from the farm. Coming! Octavia called out. Come on, let's go get some dinner, sis.
I'll be right there.
Pinky smiled to Octavia. Octavia nodded and headed back towards the farm.
Hey, Bellamina?
Pinky said softly, getting closer to her sister.
You are a wonderful sister. Thank you so much for being my sister. I love you.
She kissed the forehead to her sister's statue, then turned around and began to walk back to the farm. Her hair poofed out and curled, returning to her usual bubbly self. The end. At least,
Adorable.
at least, for now.
Yeah, because I know there's a sequel.
Yep.
I know there's a sequel, and I think the main character is Fluttershy.
Yep.
Which is going to be the subject to our next fiction reading. But that's not going to be happening until next week.
What is the next stream, Makoto? So they all know what they're getting into, and hopefully less traumatic.
I don't know, because there's a good possible chance that this week might be the last week for me for doing the streaming, because I'm gonna be ending up moving out into the rent house for good. And odds are it's gonna take a while for me to get my internet back up and for me to get back into the streaming game.
Look, that's just time for you to build yourself up, 20 seconds, the more than 20 seconds, but, give you time to, I don't know the words. Words hate me today.
If things are in my favor, I have been thinking about hosting a Left 4 Dead stream on Saturday, and possibly tomorrow. And possibly tomorrow, that is where I'm gonna do an art stream for me designing another D&D character, because why not?
Ooh, designing Dungeons and Dragons characters. Because, you know, we do need more of those in the world. And I do say that sincerely. As a Dungeons and Dragons character, send help, I need more people to fight.
But yeah, until further notice, I am really unsure what my schedule is. But if at best, I might have I might have 1, maybe 2 streams after today. But at worst, I'm gonna be on silent, and by that point, I'm most likely gonna be moving out to the new place where Steve and I are gonna be placed at.
Do make sure to keep people updated on your social medias.
Of
so
course.
You know, people aren't left completely in the dark. Which, by the way, you should all check out Makoto Nui's social medias. She has Twitter. Follow her. Give her a follow. Give her love. Check out their artwork.
I just realized I forgot to put the notification in my Twitter that I'm live earlier today. Fuck! I've done a bad.
You didn't get a bad turnout.
No, but I forgot to put that on live so that everyone could see. Let me just put this on. We'll put it in. Let's go switch the transition to the closing stream, because we have done a lot. But here, this is my Twitter stream. But this is a link to my Twitter to my Twitter, in case if you guys are interested, and in case if you guys but if you guys want to see previous VODs that I managed to save and are currently in YouTube. You can actually find them here in my and if you guys are interested in seeing my previous VODs that are no longer in my Twitch account, you can actually find them here. Oh, hold on. That's not normal. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can find them here. But yeah, thank you guys for actually coming in today and watching me and listening to me reading out loud reading out loud Silent Ponyville. Maybe if I'm not heard from anytime soon, I might be moving out. And but at best, at worst, I might be moving out. At best, there might be 1 or 2 more streams on the way this week. Let's see. Why don't we just raid somebody today and... Okay,
it's always fun to raid. I got my sword. Oh wait, not that kind of raid. Never mind.
There we go.
Damn it.
RNG says is currently live right now, and he's currently in Stardew Valley. And when you're there, tell him that the innkeeper sent you there. The innkeeper sent you.
Innkeeper sends her regards.
But yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh God.
Thank you guys again for joining in with me today, and I'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Be safe, everyone. And remember, just because the pirate's not there, doesn't mean you shouldn't be afraid.